Hello, everyone. We are going to go ahead, go ahead and get started. We still have a couple of people, I think, that are on their way, but we want to be respectful of your time, and we appreciate you all being here. So my name is Karen Jones. I am the Executive Director of Global and Graduate Programs here at the University of Houston Law Center. Again, welcome to the University of Houston Law Center. On behalf of our Global and Graduate Programs and Center for U.S. and Mexican Law, it is my pleasure to welcome you from Kickoff to Consensus, the FIFA 2026 World Cup and North American Cross-Border Cooperation. I know that's a mouthful, but along with that, I have a brief little story. In coming up with the idea of doing this symposium, so I was talking with our assistant professor, Julian Cardenas, who came to me he's always excited about something, but he came to me saying, oh, Karen, what if we did a sports law program and then also the USMCA, the 5-year review is coming up, it would be a great thing. And of course, with my sports law background, I got excited about it. And then he said, yes, it'll be great. And he said, you know what? You run with it. And of course, at that point, I was already roped in. So I have to say that the whole idea behind this really came from Professor Julian Cardenas, and he is the co-chair of this symposium. So thank you again.
Thank you, Karen.
So we are especially pleased to host the symposium here in Houston, one of the official host cities for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. As many of you know, the 2026 tournament will be historic in several ways. It will be the largest World Cup ever staged, and for the first time, it will be jointly hosted by 3 nations, the United States, Canada, and Mexico. This trilateral structure transforms the World Cup into something more than just a sporting event. It becomes a cross-border governance project, requiring coordination across legal systems, regulatory frameworks, trade relationships, and public institutions. Over the next 2 days, we will examine legal and institutional structures that make each cooperation possible. Our speakers explore issues including regional integration and trade frameworks, particularly the USMCA, labor and mobility across borders, the evolving role of lex sportiva and sports arbitration, human rights and ethical governance in global sport, and the technological, media, and infrastructure challenges that are associated with staging a mega event of this scale. We are honored to have with us scholars, practitioners, and policymakers whose work spans international law, sports governance, trade, and public policy. Our goal is not simply to discuss the World Cup as a sporting spectacle, but to consider what it reveals about cooperation among nations, the role of law in global sport, and the ways legal institutions shape international events. So before we get started, just a few logistics. Bathrooms are out to your left, and at the large artwork on the wall, make a right. Okay, and then you'll see the little enclave for the bathrooms. Let's see. Oh, the Symposium program, you should have all received one of these. Well, it has the bios, the biographies and pictures of all of the speakers. It also has the agenda for the program at the very beginning. And let's see. Oh, we have a phone charging station in the back of the room, just in case. Let's see. And also, several of you will also be speaking. So when you speak, you can stay at the podium, but if you move from the podium, pick up a handheld mic so that the people on Zoom, if we have any pop in, that they will be able to hear you. Okay? And also with regards to Zoom, well, first I should say, excuse my allergies, but because now suddenly when I start talking, they start acting up. But with regards to Zoom, we didn't have a Zoom option for this symposium. But at the last minute, I opened it up because several of our planning committee members were not able to join. So I wanted to at least give them the opportunity to pop in now and then if they can, witness some of what they helped create. Okay. Also, room 100, which is right next door, is actually, that's the window leads to room 100. So it's out these doors immediately to your right. If you have to make a call or step out for a moment or something like that, only if necessary, but we wanted to, allow you that opportunity. And also Wi-Fi, if you need Wi-Fi, it is guest and there is no password, okay? Those are the logistics. Okay, so before we begin, I also want to thank our sponsors, Greenberg Traurig, Stratia, and the Houston Journal of International Law. So thank you to all of our sponsors and for helping to make this event a reality. Also, I want to give a very special thank you to our planning committee, the Symposium Planning Committee. Several members are in the room. Please wave your hands for the planning committee members. Thank you. So we have several here. Thank you all very much. Because there was a lot of work done in the background, and several of the planning committee members more than stepped up. So again, heartfelt thank you. And then also, I want to give a huge thank you to the Global and Graduate Programs team. Thank you, guys. Cheryl Figueroa, Jennifer Glickman, Suzanne Gordon, for all of their help and assistance in making this happen as well. And of course, to all faculty and staff that have also assisted in this effort. So we are also grateful to the many speakers who have or will be traveling from across the US and abroad in order to participate in this conversation. So with that, we will begin, and I should have had water up here, goodness. Okay, so with that, we will begin our program with an overview of the 2026 World Cup and the key legal and governance themes surrounding the tournament. So, please join me in welcoming Brian Michael Cooper of Greenberg Traurig, who will provide the opening sports law overview, and he will be followed by Professor Julian Cardenas, Director of the Center for U.S. and Mexican Law, who will discuss the USMCA and regional integration. Yes, thanks.
Right. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Brian Cooper. I'm attorney with Greenberg Traurig and also adjunct sports law professor here at UH. I do tend to move around a little bit. I will try to stay close to the podium, so bear with me. Hopefully, if not, I think for the Zoom folks, I'll stay close to the podium. If not, I thought hopefully you guys in the cheap seats can hear me as well. Starting off here with the World Cup. Obviously, look, this is obviously an incredible moment for us. Incredible moment. The fact that Karen said we are here in Houston. And we are hosting, we are a host city of the World Cup as well. On this open, I tend to start, when I talk about issues, I always have like an opening slide, and that opening slide has some relevance. This is MetLife Stadium, and this is where the championship will be played, the final will be played. I gave some thought to actually using the visual of the previous final here that was played in the United States, which was at the Rose Bowl back in 1994. But thought this was a more poignant component. That said, this is going to be the first time. Obviously, 3 countries hosted tournament. This is the 3rd time that North America will be hosting it. Sorry, 4th time now that North America will be hosting it. Mexico hosted in 70 and 82, and then the United States hosted in 1994. And so, what I want to talk about today is we'll talk about kind of an overview of the structure of soccer. And then the history and growth of the World Cup, and then talk about the bid process, and then to talk about some of the economic and legal logistical things that'll be fleshed out during this symposium. Again, historic in size, historic in scope. The World Cup is one of those events that has historically has been tantamount to the Olympics. It has been it's an economic motivator, it's an economic mover for countries. And so this will be one of those things as well. So just a brief overview of international soccer. For those who how do we get here, right? Ultimately, obviously, FIFA is the governing body of global soccer. There are over 200 national associations associated with that and national federations. And excuse me on the Canadian Soccer Association. Apologies, there's a typo on this one as well. But it's also broken into regional confederations as well. And so the United States, Mexico, and Canada belong to CONCACAF, which is North America and Central America, South America as well, Africa, Oceania, the New Zealand and Australia have a federation, and a relatively new federation, and also the Asian Football Federation is also relatively new as well. And then really one of the oldest one is UEFA, is the European Federation. And so, but they are the governing federations that basically ultimately make up how teams are entered into the World Cup and how they qualify for the World Cup as well. And so within this governance structure, those individuals it's a core component of that. They also manage domestic leagues. They also manage youth leagues and with respect to their national federations as well, and also ultimately there as well. And so the qualification again runs through this structure. It means everybody must go through the federations in order to qualify. So this kind of again gives you a bit of a structure here. Again, the newest ones are from. Sorry, I'm moving away from the podium already. The newest ones are Asia and Oceania. But ultimately, the World Cup has grown in such size that it's designed to really provide a large swath of teams. And so historically, the first World Cup was actually in Uruguay in 1930. Now, prior to that, World Cup, international soccer had been played in the Olympics. But it really was the beginning of the World Cup that really brought soccer to the forefront and really turned the sport into what we see now. And so, again, first year was in 1930. About 13 teams were able to participate. Many teams couldn't participate because of travel restrictions and things of that nature. So you had you had, you didn't have there's not a large swath of teams that were able to participate. Ultimately, then you had global conflict and world wars, and ultimately, even though that number was elevated to 16 in 1934, really you didn't get that full number. I think, kind of the World Cup really kind of came into its own in post-war after post-World War II. But ultimately, that number of teams stayed at 16 for roughly 50 years, and then ultimately, and what I wanted to put up here is kind of an outline of how kind of some of the milestones associated with the World Cup. So, for example, ultimately, looking at the number of teams, you have 16 teams. Ultimately, in 1970, the first time the World Cup was held in Mexico. In 1986 was the next time as well. But looking at that and looking at average attendance, for example, as it started to increase as well. And the last number that is also over here on the side is viewership, television viewership. And so this starts to give you a general sense of how the sport continued to grow and prosper over time. And at this point now, looking at potential viewership number of about 6 billion people, and that's not even counting that number could be in the could be in the multiple billions with respect to those who are actually just tuning in and coming in and stepping out. I didn't want to get into kind of the weeds with respect to how that would be determined, because there's some distinctions as to whether or not it's a viewer coming in. But suffice it to say, television obviously has become an incredibly great part of this dynamic as well. But again, some of the milestone, for purposes of what we're going to be talking about over the next couple of days, some of the milestones that appear now are, for example, in 1970, the first World Cup that was held in North America in Mexico. In 1986, it was held in Mexico again. Also, again, looking at the attendance figure had gone up significantly. You start seeing the number of venues all start to expand as well. So you start seeing the economics and kind of this economic largesse that became the World Cup as you look over time. 1994 was the first time that the United States hosted it. A record attendance that to that point was in the United States, and so in '94 that was a milestone year, a milestone turning point as well. And then ultimately, the first time that you had multiple countries. So this is the first time you've got 3 countries hosting it, but Japan and South Korea in 2002 also hosted it as well. And there was a concern about that, and the World Cup and the FIFA decided not to allow it in subsequent years. Ultimately, though, they came back to it in 2026 and permitted U.S., Mexico, and Canada to do that. And one of the reasons why they did that was because of the United bid, right? It was a kind of what you had seen in years past. There had been a concern that there was logistical and quite frankly economic inefficiencies with respect to countries that would bid and secure the games, and then all of a sudden they would build a number of facilities, and they built the facilities, and the facilities would be used just for the World Cup itself, but then wouldn't be used again. It's happened in South Africa in 2010, to a lesser extent in Brazil for the 2014, less so in Russia, but certainly also in Qatar in 2022. And so I think by the time the bid process came through with respect to there was a little bit of fatigue about whether or not you wanted to place a bid, build a number of new stadiums, and then have those stadiums not utilized. The United bid took care of that, because one of the linchpins in this agreement, and one of the things that made this an interesting and sufficient bid, was that they relied upon existing stadiums and existing frames. Stadiums that were being built, stadiums that were built, or stadiums that were going to be built. So, for example, SoFi Stadium, which was going to be built for the Los Angeles for the NFL team in Los Angeles, that stadium could be included, but at the same time, it was going to obviously have utilization afterwards as well. And so that was one of the things that allowed for that as well. But one of the other things also was potentially being able to lean into the economic efficiencies. Historically, what was interesting, right, we talked about the '94 World Cup. Well, that same year, NAFTA was passed as well, which was designed to open up free trade amongst the United States, Mexico, and Canada. And so you also had a framework in place that would allow for some economic mobility and allow for economic cooperation amongst the host countries. This is ultimately when the bid process was completed. So ultimately, the bid was awarded in 2018, but the cities weren't selected until 2022, and many of you may remember that date. Just on the side, I was concerned that once I heard Dallas, they named Dallas and Atlanta first, and I thought there's no way you could have both two texts. I was convinced, and I'm friends with Chris Canetti, and I was convinced that they were not going to be able to select both Dallas and Houston. And so when I heard Dallas first, I was like, and then they said Atlanta, and I was like, there's just really no way. But obviously it was fantastic to hear Houston's name called, and it should have been. I think we've established ourselves as a city that can hold major events like this. And it's just going to be exciting to see the city do this. But this is I think a pretty incredible map of host cities with respect to East region, the Central region, which is where Houston's in, and then the West region. And again, you have two Canadian cities. You have 3 Mexican cities, and you have 11 United States cities. And so I think again the potential for these markets, they're all capable of hosting major sporting events. The opening game is going to be in Mexico City at Stadia Azteca, which is one of the most famous stadiums in the world. It's going to close at MetLife Stadium, and so I think the potential for this bid and tournament was significant. Morocco was the other bid entrant back in 2018. There is a rule that you can't, if you are a host of a tournament like UEFA, or so for example UEFA and the African Federation were not able to. The Asian Federation will not be able to, if you have bid and won in a previous couple of World Cups, you can't bid again. So basically, you had United States. You had CONCACAF versus essentially the African Federation with Morocco, but obviously we won in 2018. The economic benefits are going to be incredible. Even here in Houston, $1.5 billion is anticipated in economic community. 500,000 visitors. It's an incredible component. This is down here. Here's the breakdown of the teams that are actually going to be in the tournament this year. And one of the things I didn't talk about is the fact that for the first time, in addition, we talked about kind of our original 13 to 16. Ultimately, that number jumped to 24 in 1982, and then ultimately the 32. And now, since in the first time in about 25 years, it's being increased again to 48 teams. So you of those. Again, UEFA is going to takes up the lion's share of that, almost a third of the teams. But you see that there's a pretty significant. I think this is one of the great things about the World Cup and the advancing kind of diversification of the World Cup is seeing all the other ones that are coming through as well. So that's I think being able to seeing some of those dynamics as well is important. So now talking about just moving on to key themes. First one, obviously, it's the economic impact. We talked about that. The revenue totals, billions of revenue, improved infrastructure, improved labor market, and then one thing that I in my history I like to talk about is global goodwill. And these, quite frankly, these are the things that are important and what drive to me sporting events and why sporting events are critical. Is also the ability to raise the stature of cities to be on. You're going to be on a grand stage for a month and a half, and those are the things I think that are also critical as well. One of the things that that's kind of the biggest dynamic though that's out there now is how these the past trade agreement with NAFTA and obviously the current trade agreement now with the USMCA that replaced NAFTA in 2018. And so these things are quite frankly, the things obviously we're going to be talking about today, because this World Cup, to me, is incredible in the sense that it is relying on cross-border cooperation, cross-border components with respect to security, how to manage visas and logistics of that nature, how to manage egress, ingress, all those kind of components as well. Infrastructure questions are also important with respect to this corporation as well. We're seeing obviously we're seeing some strains on that obviously in real time right now, but I think the World Cup is going to be very important to being able to see. That sounds like that was probably an understatement there, but being able to see how this is going to be managed. One of the other things, obviously, that's going to happen with respect to USMCA, as fate would have it, the review of the agreement itself is going to happen just about the time, obviously, in the middle of the World Cup itself, and so that's also going to be, quite frankly, a incredible issue as well. But ultimately, sports is a unifier, right? And I think with that, sports is if there's something that can bring nations together, and quite frankly, bring host nations together. In this instance, it's going to be sport here as well. And so, one of the other challenges that's going on right now, as well as is question regarding public and private funding. In many instances, in the United States, it's a little bit different here because it's a little bit more decentralized with respect to how funding is provided. Usually, it's not, in most other countries, it's not necessarily an issue. What is problematic for here, and you guys have been hearing about this with Foxborough, and they're going to be hosting obviously the Boston segment of the World Cup, is they are asking for the funding ahead of time to meet whatever security needs and logistics they're having. That generally would come out of a fund nationally that hasn't happened yet, and there's a bit of a fight and a little bit of a tension here. This will be something to continue to keep an eye on. I anticipate that this will sort itself out, but it is one of those interesting dynamics with respect to how things are managed in the United States, and quite frankly is now kind of risen to the forefront of potentially being an issue. The city of Foxborough, unlike other cities, it's a tiny city. The stadium is in Foxborough. It's where the New England Patriots play, where Gillette Stadium is playing. And by the way, sorry, as an aside, one of the other things with respect to FIFA, one of the FIFA's rules, you'll see this during the tournament, but it's not NRG Stadium. It will be Houston Stadium, as FIFA doesn't allow for use of naming rights on the stadiums, which I got to think, as a sports lawyer and one who's negotiated a number of naming rights deals, that was probably one of those things. I just felt like it would be interesting to have been at the table when that discussion was made, right? Because if I'm, AT&T or NRG, I'm probably like, man, the World Cup's coming here, man, it's great, woohoo! Hey, yeah, we're not going to be calling the stadium AT&T Stadium. We're going to be calling it Dallas Stadium. I'm sorry. You're like, what? I paid, we have $20 million a year for 10 years. Yeah, so I think that's one of those things that obviously was a little bit of a concern. But just coming back to Foxborough, it's a small town of 18,000 residents. It's not, I think their government their city government was right in asking, hey, you're asking us to do a lot here to host a international tournament. World Cup, obviously, we would, that's going to be an incredible strain on our resources. We don't have the funding for that. What can we do? So I think those are going to be things that are going to have to be sorted out, and I anticipate that they absolutely will. So it's again, biggest thing. Well, obviously we're going to be talking about doing one of the motivations for our symposium. Obviously was how these three nations will work together in the framework of a trade agreement that they already had placed together. Again, there's dynamics in place, but there's also obviously some very real tensions that are occurring as well. And so we're sort of, it's going to be very interesting to hear some discussions regarding this in the next few days regarding this, given that this issue really is kind of bubbled to the forefront here. And it has its, it has both legal and economic implications potentially on the World Cup. Again, given the fact that the USMCA review is going to happen, during the tournament. So again, hopeful that all those things get through and make their way through. And so, just as an aside, and as I'll wrap up here. Again, North American World Cups, legendary players and legendary games. It's one of my favorite. Obviously one of my favorite. I'm admittedly a huge. I will use soccer because, but I was a huge fan of international football and international soccer. But Pele was obviously one of the best. This is from the 1970 World Cup. Again, first World Cup that was held in North America, and it was a fantastic game. Brazil beat Italy in the final. Really kind of cemented Pele's presence as being one of the greatest. He was considered to be over the hill at that point, and had a fantastic tournament and won the World Cup. As an aside, in 1994, talking about how things are, how things come full circle. As many of you know, one of the rules of hosting a World Cup is that FIFA imposes is that you have to have an A-level pro league. So many of you may not know, but as a sidelight, that was the motivation and the reason for the creation of Major League Soccer. And so the 1994 World Cup, in order to secure the World Cup, the United States had to commit, and USSF had to commit to building a new pro league. I was a summer associate in '94, but ultimately a young lawyer when the MLS got started in '95 and '96, and got to work with MLS for a few years after that. And it was, quite frankly, being able to see the World Cup provide. When we're talking about legacy and how legacies are built and how things are come to fruition, the World Cup has had a fantastic legacy, an expansion of international soccer, and most importantly, has had a fantastic legacy on the expansion of soccer in the United States. The MLS is still going strong at almost 30 years old, and obviously it's also within WSL now. Hopefully that's not Don Garber calling me. Has had a fantastic component, and that legacy, quite frankly, here in the United States, really lends itself to the 1994 World Cup, which was really just an amazing time. The attendance, the fever for it, the fact that the U.S. team actually, went to the quarterfinals. I mean, they had a good run, at home, which made it even more exciting. And then obviously, again, the lasting legacy was the creation of a standing pro soccer league that is still in operation today. So again, I'm looking forward to hearing further discussion regarding all the kind of the issues and themes that we're going to be talking about with respect to cooperation, the economic cooperation, legal frameworks, the logistical frameworks, some of the restrictions, and quite frankly, like I said, how we address some of the tensions between with respect to the three nations at this point now, and how is that going to be managed going forward with respect to the World Cup. So with that, thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
We have Q&A.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Any questions, comments, or fears?
Questions.
Yes, sir.
Yes. What does the World Cup need to overcome from an organization perspective to be a success here in the U.S.?
That's a great question. So I think the World Cup. I think the World Cup has made some definite changes, right? I've spent, in addition to spending 20 years as a lawyer, I've also spent about 15 as a sports executive. And I think one of the concerns that I thought over the last 15 years was both in the Olympics and in the World Cup. And I don't think I don't think this is a controversial position, but that there was this concern about usage, sustainability, ability to utilize, things as well. So I think, quite frankly, what's going to be a success for this World Cup will be the ability to kind of get back to, having the largesse of the game itself, but quite frankly, from a business standpoint, also being efficient. Plain and simple, right? This is why that the United bid made sense. It makes sense because you don't have to build 20. You're not building, 5 or 10, major stadiums that you may or may not be able to utilize. It's a heavy lift to build a stadium, right? One of the things that you have in doing that is once you build the stadium, you may know you're going to be in the space. You then have to fill it, right? I've now got a 70,000 seat stadium, and I've got 365 days. My NFL team will probably, or baseball team will take up X amount of dates. Concerts will take up another few dates, but for the most part, that stadium could go unused for large portions of the year. And I think that so I think what success looks like now for FIFA and the World Cup this time is, hey, can we maintain some of those costs and some of those efficiencies going forward? I think that's a really important component, first and foremost. I also think that, and I'm excited to kind of hear some of the discussion regarding this going forward, but obviously the other 800-pound elephant in the room is what is going to happen? Is there hopefully, hope against hope that there's not going to be a curveball in the next 6 or 7 weeks with respect to the USMCA, right? And that there isn't something right now. It's no secret that there's a significant amount of tension between 3 host nations, right? That presents a problem when you have these host nations are going to have to work together and coordinate and put on a significant event. So that's my other concern. And I suspect, and look, I think that's FIFA president's concern, right? He's been walking the tightrope regarding that as well, right? Trying to figure out how to make sure everybody's maintained, make sure keeping people happy, because he understands that as well. Are there going to be travel restrictions on? Are fans going to be reluctant to come to the game? Or out of security reasons, or out of for other reasons as well? Is it again talking through the nothing can hurt an event more than lack of ingress, the ability to can I go see a game in Monterey? Can I come back can I go see a game in Monterey, one in Toronto, and then if I've come all the way over here, I want to see a game in LA, Monterey, and Vancouver. I want to see a game. So those kind of things. Am I going to have difficulty getting back and forth? Those are legitimate concerns, and those are concerns that, quite frankly, I think that your attendees are going to have. So that's going to me. I think FIFA's main goals, I think, are one. I think they've satisfied. I think they've done a very good job on trying to be efficient with respect to utilizing facilities in a much more efficient way. You're not going to see, you're seeing most of these stadiums were not just constructed for the World Cup. They were constructed for other reasons, and thankfully they'll be utilized. Again, SoFi Stadium is going to be used 2 years later for the Olympics. So in addition to the NFL and NFL games and things that are in there. So I think that's one, and then the other one I think as well is what do you do next? With respect to making sure that this cross-border cooperation, legal and institutional frameworks are solid enough that they can manage getting fans in there and actually attending this event.
One final question. So are there any lessons learned for FIFA so far in organizing this World Cup? My understanding is that typically, despite there being a '94 World Cup here in the US, FIFA, when they host World Cups out of the US, they're negotiating with just the government.
Yes.
Whereas in this case,
here it was obviously slightly different, but the bid was, yes, sort of yes and no, but all 3 federations. So look, as I understand it, all 3 countries could have contemplated actually placing their own bid. They could have done that. I think it made far more sense for them to do it the way they did for the reasons I just kind of raised. And it'll be interesting to see if that kind of happens going forward.
Not just with the countries, but having to negotiate with the owners of the stadiums and different cities and that's maybe a layer of complexity that FIFA doesn't usually
Yeah,
have to deal
and
with.
again, it talks kind of a little bit to the decentralization, right, of things that happen here, right? You've got you got city authorities and civic authorities that are managing that. It's a good question. Look, I think that but that's a fact of life here in the United States, right? Obviously, it may not necessarily be one in other countries, but I think it's I don't think it's good. I don't think it's I would hesitate to say that this will be something that would happen going forward. But I think that FIFA is able to navigate it here. Look, as anecdotally, my understanding was that look, there was while they had to deal with various sports authorities in the various markets, it still was quite frankly a pretty uniform process. And more importantly, like I said, kind of just bringing up as an aside the fact that it's a pretty large ask, in my opinion, to tell stadiums that they're not, your stadium store that your largest sponsor, right? Without a question, right? Your stadium name right sponsor is your largest sponsor. They've been sidelined. Again, I don't know what that conversation would look like, but I'm sure it wasn't a pleasant one.
Yeah.
Right. So I think with that, there's still guardrails that were in place, maybe a little bit yet another layer, but nothing that quite frankly would have. I think certainly it didn't hinder obviously getting this stuff done. It will be interesting to see going forward. I don't think we're going to I don't think you're going to have that layered approach going forward with other countries. It just and not because it doesn't things are just run a lot differently here in the United States.
Yeah.
But I don't think. Hopefully, we'll see how. I think knock on wood, it's worked pretty well right now so far. We'll see. But I do think that's a good question.
I'm gonna say something that is obvious for the expert, but probably not for the students that we have. Is one of your slides that shows the amount of members, federations, members of FIFA. So 211. That is way higher than the members of the United Nations. Just to point out how global and important is the sport law practice. And I just wanted to ask you, Brian, also from the perspective of a legal career and for the student, how do you see a sport law international practice? I mean, a lawyer educated in the United States, practice international law, sport law, can they be expat at some point, work in other countries, deal with international?
I think so, and I think that's a great question. I think that part of the process is a recognition of the regulations that are quite frankly that govern the operation of the sport itself, and so that lends itself to an understanding, a allowance of others to it's not like it's just based it's based on U.S. law or it's based on Swiss law or there has to be an international and cross-border component or this can't happen, right? And so there has to be some. So I think as you're practicing, particularly in a sports space, I mean, again, I don't want to, it's completely subjective. I think it transcends it a bit, but it sort of does because the operation of the game can't exist. Same thing would happen with the IOC, I think, in Olympics as well. There has to be a recognition of the regulatory bodies that are in place, and you can, and there's FIFA is employing numerous. There are American lawyers that I know that are working for FIFA. Certainly, there are other lawyers that are internationally working for FIFA as well. And so, I think recognition of the regulatory constructs that govern the sport are critical. With an eye towards making sure that there's not conflicts. Obviously, there are potential conflicts, which could happen from time to time. But ultimately, you can't. Soccer is truly a global game. It's from not even with respect to the World Cup, but just thinking about on the pro level, players that move from countries that play. Obviously, they're from different countries that play internationally as well. That's not something you necessarily. That's something that, quite frankly, from a professional standpoint here in the United States, is anomalous, right? You don't, there's not obviously a lot of players. There's NFL is basically based here in NBA in MLS. Maybe a lesser extent for NBA, maybe a greater extent for NBA. But for the most part, you don't necessarily see that. Not like you see on the international scale there. So I think if you're looking as a student with respect to that, I think that's that would be my initial guidance.
Great. Well, thank you. Overview. I think it sets us up well. And while Julian Cardenas comes to the podium, just a quick note, something I forgot to mention. If you are seeking a CLE credit, make sure you sign in both today and tomorrow so that you're registered for that credit. Okay, and there's also a QR code.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Julian Cardenas. I'm the director of the Center for U.S. and Mexican Law here at the University of Houston Law Center. Many thanks for being here with us. Many thanks to Karen for the organization, Brian, the conference committee, all the participants in the call for papers on sport law, the speakers of this event, because as Karen mentioned, we started this as a dream almost 2 years ago in a visit that we did to Mexico City, talking about our programs, ideas, and the opportunity of having the soccer World Cup, the FIFA World Cup, taking place in North America, in Mexico, Canada, and the United States. Was a great opportunity, as Brian was saying, to show how sports are a unifier. And this is a perfect example on how the United States, Canada, and Mexico can work together, integrated, and come out with an amazing result in what we expect all that this FIFA World Cup will be in during the summer. It's a special event that this time, as you saw from Brian's slides, has record number of teams participating, record number of matches as a consequence of that, and it may be also recurring profits and benefits that can be generated in the country participating. So we saw the coincidence also that the review of the USMCA will takes place also this year. And we have participated, we have not been only observers, but the Center for U.S. and Mexican Law has participated in the public consultancy made by the United States government, the U.S. Trade Representative Office, in the consultation and preparation for this review. And one of the contributions that we had made, and actually we did last year, by the end of last year, and in our oral testimony on December 3rd, was to highlight how important sports and this event will show the good things that can be done by Mexico, the United States, and Canada. And we all know that geopolitics are surrounding these negotiations, that tensions exist in terms of the relationship between the United States and Mexico, and the United States and Canada, and we have topics related to tariffs that have been imposed by this administration, also critical issues on security, cross-border security. But despite the political use of all these elements for negotiations and during this review, we thought that it was important to remind the organization of this event that had been out for years, because it takes years to put together the bid. It takes years also to prepare the three countries to host the millions of people who will be attending and the billions of people who will be following this, the biggest sport event actually that we have in the world through media, watching online the elimination games, then the playoff, quarterfinals, final, semifinal, etc. So what about the USMCA? What about the connection with the integration and cooperation between the three countries? So as Brian was mentioned, the USMCA is an international trade and investment agreement that is the successor of NAFTA that started entered into force in 1994 and initiated these decades of integration in trade and investment between the United States, Mexico, and Canada. Despite the criticism that NAFTA suffered during the electoral campaign for the elections in 2016 in the United States, that NAFTA was accused of being the worst trade agreement of the United States and that the United States was in deficit. The importance of NAFTA was highlighted by many economic actors in southern states in the United States, the relation with Mexico, and NAFTA survived in a new form, and that is USMCA. The politics surrounding that negotiation for a new agreement included the system of review that may happen 6 years after the entry into force of the agreement. And that introduced also uncertainty because the agreement governs relations in trade, so immediate exchange of services, cross-border services of good or goods between the three nations, but also investments. And investment in long-term investment. So that means that how can this uncertainty is introduced in projects that may last for 25 or 30 years, and this process is in the middle. So our contribution was to suggest that this review has to be made in a constructive way. It doesn't seem that NAFTA or USMCA will go away by any means. The relationship between the interdependency actually that exists between the three countries may prevail. And so in order to highlight that, I'm gonna point out to some figures that brings shows the importance of the agreement. By the way, during the consultation period in Canada, it was implemented in Canada, Mexico, and United States. In the United States, the U.S. Trade Representative received about 1,400 opinions from stakeholders in the United States. I read them all to prepare the opinion, the testimony of the center. And it was a major coincidence to see, number one, the importance of the southern states. So the importance of Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, California, in their testimonies, how important is their relation with Mexico and the cross-border trade that they have. That's number one. But number two, it was a common trend identifying NAFTA as a backbone of the economic relationships between the three countries in North America. And this figure in trade highlights that importance. It is said that the trade market among the three nations is close to reach $2 trillion. That is more or less the size of the economy of Texas that goes cross-border among the three nations. And many economic actors, many stakeholders depend and rely on that exchange that exists between the three countries. Also, NAFTA and the USMCA made Mexico the #1 trade partner for the United States. They surpassed China, and the relationship between the two countries are more interdependent now than it was before. Also, regional investments, so long-term investments, sunk capital that is for long-term in these countries, between the three countries, increased by 16%. And all that exists despite the tariffs, despite the tensions, despite the security problems in the border, or the alleged security problems in Mexico and the traffic of weapons between the United States and Mexico, or from the United States to Mexico. Despite all that, trade also works as a unifier and make these economic actors to work cross-border. So what institutional framework, what changes do we have in USMCA that made it more dynamic? So we got more rules for e-trade that exists between the three nations, but also major governing institutions were created. There is, of course, the panel, interstate panels that exist for trade between the three nations. There's also a panel for labor disputes, the labor enforcement rapid response mechanism, in which disputes that may come out of unions or workers can present these disputes to these new mechanisms. So far, between 2021 and 2024, 25 labor complaints have been submitted and resolved through this mechanism. Through the interstate mechanism, 31 disputes settlement have been presented, and most of them have been resolved. The major disputes include the automatic rules of origins interpretation, Canadian dairy market access, and energy policy disputes involving Mexico energy reform. Additional to that, we have the investment state dispute resolution that exists between the United States and Mexico, in which investors from Mexico can sue the United States for violations of Chapter 14 under USMCA, or investors from the United States investing in Mexico can also sue the Mexican state. That system was not implemented between Canada and the United States, and Canada and Mexico, since they have an additional agreement in which they can present these disputes. So, in terms of the review, positive outcomes, a stronger regional supply chains. The automobile sector, manufacturing, agriculture works cross-border between the three nations. Increase of investments and nearshore. Also, the world after the COVID-19 pandemic created the need and emergency to get more supply chains closer to the United States, and that transferred a lot of capital for investment to the states of Mexico, the Estado de Mexico, in Mexico, and also to northern states in Mexico to transfer the goods to the United States. As I mentioned, because of the labor mechanism, it enhanced labor enforcement and it modernized digital trade rules. But what concerns do we have in order to run our assessment on the scenarios for this review? For some, it persists trade imbalances, yes. Mexico exports more to the United States than the United States exports to Mexico. So the US companies buy more from Mexico, almost double that what the United States sells to Mexico. And in this dispute, sometimes that had been used with negative lens, in the sense that, oh, the trade balance is negative for the United States in the relation with Mexico, the relationship with Mexico. But here the thing is that trade is not only about the trade balance and numbers. It's also about this interdependency that is created, is culture, is exchanges, is cooperation that bring as a consequence the soccer World Cup among the three nations. So despite those persistent trade imbalances, those may not be the deal breakers or the main concern during this review. Energy and environmental disputes, particularly in the sector of energy, the disagreement had been with the most recent reform implemented by President Sheinbaum in Mexico, and how that changed the landscape for new investments in the energy sector in Mexico. Despite that reform, the reform had not been implemented retroactively. So contracts signed during the energy opening in Mexico has been respected, despite the fact that the new rules are affecting existing investment and the tension for ISDS disputes, so investor-state dispute exists in the country. Of course, there is tension on the tariff policies implemented by the United States and the responses that the United States have received from Mexico and Canada, which all these aggregate to uncertainty around the review. Additional to that, I must mention the tensions in terms of geopolitics. There are, as you have seen, I'm sure in the news, the tensions that exist between the United States in the Western Hemisphere with Venezuela and Cuba. By the way, that today President Diaz-Canel in Cuba confirmed something that was already in the media, but the government have never confirmed. But Diaz-Canel today confirmed that they are in conversations with the United States for major reforms in the island. And this created attention because Mexico, after Venezuela got into a crisis, Mexico became an important ally for the regime in Cuba. But the relationship between Mexico and Cuba had been part of the conversations also with the U.S. government. Just recently, Mexico stopped sending oil to Cuba to help the energy crisis in Cuba. Now the crisis has increased in terms of access to energy in Cuba. And that was a request with a possible retaliation of imposing tariffs if they continue supporting the energy supply of Cuba. So all these tensions and security tensions with regard to narco traffics and alliances or cooperation with state governments and federal governments in Mexico, of course, are a part of the tension that exists that will be part of the negotiation. So what is the structure that we have for this negotiation? The joint review already started, and we may come with a solution by the summer, so during the World Cup. And so what scenarios do we have? We have scenarios in which the review will be and the negotiation will be a constructive one, and the countries may realize the importance of USMCA for the three nations. They may agree to an additional extension of 16 years that may extend the agreement to 2042, if they agree that this year. If they don't, they may continue doing reviews every year, which introduce tension to the economic actors, because, again, even though trade can be stopped overnight in the sense that borders can be closed, as we saw during the global pandemic, investment they don't work under those conditions. Investments are there for long term. If you are investing in oil in Mexico, it's not that if conditions change, you can grab your basin, your reservoir, and run out of the border. You cannot do that. So you're sunk within the conditions and the political tension that may exist. So having this annual review will insert more tension between the three countries that we hope that won't be the option. Also, it may be if negotiations go with a wrong path, in the sense that they are not constructive. They focus on the problems and they don't see the advantages of the agreement, which are massive for the three nations. We may see a withdrawal from the agreement and the new negotiations of bilateral agreements. So it will be a future with the United States signing a separate agreement with Canada and a separate agreement with Mexico, which, as in the world as we know of today, that will be the end. We hope that won't be the path, and that again, that the benefits of the agreement will supersede, are superior of the different problems and tension that exist between the three nations. Finally, they may even agree for an extension of the review. So the review may continue for more than 1 year, depending the political situations in the three countries. Particularly this year is an electoral year in the United States, so you have the midterm elections by November of this year. So political gains has to be shown by the administration also towards these elections, and having a NAFTA that is in place than that the economic stakeholders are calm and the transactions still move across the border, I think will benefit, can benefit any administration in the US, not showing that NAFTA is an issue of tension among many tensions that exist right now in terms of security. So those are the scenarios that we have. So I will stop here for questions that you may have. So thank you so much. Okay, so I think I'm the last one in the morning before going for lunch. So I won't stop here.
So no questions?
Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for the talk. Fantastic. Do you see any more pressures from the Mexican side regarding the judicial reform and what's recently being said in terms of the rule of law in Mexico and how this obviously affects the tension between the US and Mexico?
That is an excellent question, and actually very, very timely for us because just 3 weeks ago we were in Mexico City. Actually, Dean Leonard Baines and I, we participated in a forum organized by the Houston Young Lawyers Association, and we had a judicial panel. So we have 2 judges from the federal and state level here in the United States, and one of the elected judges. New elected judges in Mexico. So the question is around this judicial reform that made all judges in Mexico being elected, and the tensions that may exist about political influence and funding that these individuals may get during the election, and introducing a type of system that is not common in Mexico. Actually, it's not also common in Latin America. It's common in the United States at a certain level, but not at the federal or at the highest courts in the United States. So the consequences of that is that arbitration is becoming more popular. Because when you have such a major reform in a country, it can be Mexico, it can be any country, a judicial reform of that caliber, it takes years to identify the final outcome. So that uncertainty had been, the economic actors have been dealing with that, just moving or taking their contracts to private jurisdictions. So arbitration contracts have become more common when it's available, and also arbitration included in investment treaties such as USMCA. Okay. So any new investors going to Mexico, because the tension that exists about what is the final outcome of this reform, what will be the quality, the independence that will be shown by this new judicial system, I think this goes beyond Chembao term in government. So it may go beyond the next 5 years. It may take longer. And that also proved the importance of Chapter 14 in USMCA, so that rule still exists. And I'm saying that because in the public consultation, there were people opposing the existence of arbitration against the states in USMCA, and they were asking to eradicate ISDS provision, arbitration provisions in USMCA. But the vast majority of participants in the public consultation advocated for keeping the rules of investment arbitration in the country.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question. Is nearshoring still important? Because under USMCA, it was a key word for the Mexican government.
Yeah.
But I think that now under the Trump administration, it's not longer in the narrative of the government of the Mexican government.
Yeah.
So I think it's like a concept that it's a little I don't know, it's a little old, and it's not anymore in the Mexican narrative. So I think it is really interesting, no?
I think it may come and go, because we did after COVID we did a nearshoring webinar here at the university, And one of the challenges that nearshoring had in Mexico was access to services that require investments that were not available at the time. And it was an opportunity to attract investment that exists despite AMLO's policies. So the opportunity was there, and it was a wave that probably AMLO's government left behind.
Okay.
That is the situation. But I think for me, it won't be strange that topic will reappear at some point, particularly with the Department of State and the foreign policy of the United States going to war with China, commercial economic war with China, and at some point highlight putting more focus on the Western Hemisphere, which is a change in the foreign policy in this administration. So this is why I still keep the concept there, because it may have a comeback at some point, but definitely I think AMLO had the opportunity. I think some governors like Governor Garcia in Nuevo León, Samuel Garcia. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He's a social media personality, so he get a few millions in investment, and he tweets, he make a selfie with investor, and he politicized that as a real success. So Nuevo León is a state who is pushing to try to drag investments to the state of Nuevo León. I think the number one state attracting investment in Mexico is Estado de Mexico. It's the biggest in terms of figures and attracting investment. But we'll see. Maybe nearshoring will come in a few years. Yeah. Well, thank you so much.
I have a
No, please.
Many of the spheres you mentioned as a concern during the review in the USMCA are American concerns. No, the investment, the energy, the judicial certainty about the new flux. But if you interchange the positions, what specific contribution do you think Mexico can do to strengthen the process of the review?
I think compliance, and actually compliance with rules of origin has increased. Okay, so anything that the government of Mexico can show on compliance of that will benefit the review of the agreement. Also, compliance with labor conditions will be a good news for Canadians and American diplomats being participant of this review. Again, this is a review. It's not a renegotiation of the agreement, right? So we are running the assessment. We are not changing the rules of the agreement at this point. As a consequence of the review, it may come renegotiation or review of part of the provisions in the agreement. But also the externalities in terms of cooperation in security, that may be a card that will be part of the game. So at some point, you have seen that this year started having more cooperation in intelligence between the United States and Mexico. I cannot ignore to mention the killing of El Mencho a few weeks ago in the state of Jalisco. So as we see more of that happening openly, backdoors in diplomacy, there's a lot of conversation happening in terms of security. And as the countries agree more on security, I think that will benefit the final outcome of the review.
And
yeah,
I'm sorry, just very quickly, I'm wondering also how much the review will actually play into the decisions around whether to extend it for a longer period of time or for, the year to year.
Well, the year to year will be year to year review. The agreement already has 16 years of validity until 2036. So that's it. And there's a withdrawal provisions, termination provision with that 6-month window, wind down period, in which after 6 months, the party is not longer member or part of USMCA. again, the possibility, Karen, is that after this review, they may agree on the 16 more years extension. So that will be added from 2026. 16 more years is 2042. That will be good news for investors and for trade because the rules show stability. But we may wait and see what happened with this review and all the tensions that exist around it.
Oh,
It seems like Mexico, that Canada is being like a tough negotiator and Mexico a pragmatic one. Do you see it like that way?
I will tend to agree. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think the needs are different, even though they're all integrated. The needs and goals of the two countries are different.
Okay.
But yeah, I would say that.
okay. Are we good? All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. Hello, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started again. So I hope everyone enjoyed lunch and had an opportunity to talk with each other because I think we have some very impressive people in the room, and I hope you'll take advantage of those opportunities. So we are now moving into a moment of the program that I am particularly excited about. Our Fireside Chat with Lynn Carrillo from the FIFA Law Division. And I hope you enjoy the warmth of the lovely fire as well. So mega sporting events like the World Cup are defined not only by the players on the field, but by the complex legal and governance structures that make them possible. So today we have the opportunity to hear from someone who works at the center of that system, helping bridge global sports law, cross-border coordination, and operational implementation. So in this conversation, Lynn will share insights into FIFA's role in governance and oversight of mega events, how legal frameworks guide cross-border cooperation, and the challenges and opportunities involved in organizing the largest sporting event in the world across 3 countries. So our discussion will be informal and conversational. So please enjoy the opportunity to hear firsthand how FIFA navigates the complex interplay of law, sport, and policy. So please welcome Lynn Carrillo and Matt Mitten. He is the Executive Director of the National Law Institute at Marquette University. He will be facilitating this discussion. So thank you both.
Thanks, Karen. It's a pleasure to be here. I used to teach at crosstown rival South Texas College of Law in the 90s before I headed back to the Midwest. And given that it's probably 30 degrees in Chicago, when Karen invited me to come down, I was like, well, I'd be happy to. So welcome, Lynn. Appreciate you coming over from Miami. So how many law students do we have here? I bet you'd all like to have a position like Lynn. So things we'll find out is how she got to, as a law student at one point and then where she's at now. So she's the director of commercial legal at FIFA, where she supports the legal and compliance division and helped transition the team in its 2024 move from Zurich to Miami. Before joining FIFA, Lynn was vice president of legal and business affairs at NBC Universal Media, where she led the legal compliance and risk functions for presidents of entertainment, news, and sports divisions doing business in 45 plus countries. So Lynn, I'm sure that mini little contract that I've been in all the Chicago Fire PD Med shows under NBC Universal. So that was probably some of these things I'm going, what? I don't know about signing that. But it was a lot of fun. Before going in-house in 2007, Lynn was a commercial litigator in Florida-based law firms, including Ackerman LLP, where she represented clients in complex litigation. She earned both her undergraduate and law degrees from the University of Miami. She's been smiling because I went to Ohio State and we didn't repeat. So congratulations on that fine game that your team played. So she's been an adjunct professor of media management, ethics, and law since 2006. She also serves as general counsel for the Carmelite Sisters of the Most Sacred Heart of Los Angeles. So quite a varied background. Lynn, can you talk a little bit about what's kind of the internal structure at FIFA? What's the role of the FIFA legal division, and why did it move from Zurich to Miami?
Well, thanks, Matt. Is this on?
Is it green? Yeah.
There we go. Thanks, Matt. Thanks for the intro, and thank you, Karen, and the entire team for having me. It's a pleasure to be here in one of our host cities, and of course, always happy to support the Law Center and support students and these discussions. So I started at FIFA about 2 years ago because they had announced that they wanted to move their legal and compliance division and a corporate division of FIFA from Zurich, where is the home of FIFA, it's the headquarters, to the United States. And the reason for that was that as FIFA continues in its expansion and its support of global development of football, well, they thought that they started expanding beyond just being in Switzerland. The world has changed. We are completely connected. The COVID has shown us that we can work online, we can work across time zones. So they first started with an office in Paris. Member associations are housed there now. And we moved then the legal and compliance division to Miami. The reason for Miami is we wanted to be near the Americas, Miami being a city that allows you to easily move between the 3 different countries that are host cities, as well as through the Caribbean. And so that's one of the reasons for the move as we continue developing more and more across the world, not just the World Cup tournaments. It was also a pivotal time for FIFA. We had launched the Club World Cup, and we had recognized Women's World Cup as a Tier 1 tournament. So just at the same time as you are moving, division of what is certificates, lawyers that actually are licensed. It's the only division within FIFA that are licensed, right? You move that division over, and we now have a world where you have 3 Tier 1 tournaments in 4 years. Whereas before, we had 1 World Cup every 4 years. So the development was a good opportunity for us to reorganize and develop. And that's one of the roles that I came in to do. So we had about 30 members of our about 100-member legal division move over as well. And then we built up a new legal department with lawyers from all over the world in Miami.
So how is the legal division structured?
So we report, FIFA is a nonprofit. Let's also put that in perspective. Because, and as nonprofits are from a legal perspective, you give all the money back to your member associations. It's not national associations, actually 211 member associations. They are the members of FIFA. And the way we're structured is we have our president, we have our secretary general who oversees all the administration. And the legal division is part of the administration under the secretary general, in which our chief of legal is Emilio Garcia Silvero. And then we have 5 directors. I am one of those 5 directors. I'm the one that I usually say in the United States, it's the typical law department, what we understand in the United States as the typical corporate law department. I oversee the corporate, I oversee the technology, innovation, commercial, all of those areas. The other 4 directors are what we would consider regulatory, right? It is obviously the competition, it is the litigation, it is the compliance, but obviously for us compliance is more than just what we consider the US type based compliance. It's the audit function as well. And so that's what we have in terms of our governance structure.
So I think it'd be help. So who makes the rules within FIFA? You know, you have a lot of decisions. Tell us a little bit about that process.
I think it depends on what type of rules you're talking about, because as the governing body,
Right.
right?
Certainly.
So we have rules as the governing body of soccer, right? And that's our regulatory piece. So for example, Club World Cup, it was the first time, you know, you don't normally have new World Cups, right? So we did a whole new World Cup with a legal team that had just started 6 months earlier, you know? And what the function we played is, well, we regulate what the rules of the competition are. That is done by our competitions team in terms of determining what is the appropriate structure for the pitch, what is the appropriate structure of different aspects of it. That's not my area. John does that, my fellow director, he does the regulatory stuff, and he determines, you know, like if we have a new youth tournament, you know, Arson, our chief of referees and sports, will determine how many players there should be, okay? That is not the typical legal function, right? That is the regulatory function. And so what we would also do then in a new World Cup is we determine what the rules are that the teams have to play by. That is half regulatory, and then how the team comports itself is the other half. So I worked with our regulatory side, and we put out the media rights guidelines. We put out the the MMRs, which regulate the team, what they can do, what hotels they can go to, you know, who is part of the delegation, and the contract between the teams and FIFA as to what the participation is, how many months they are bound to, what they can and cannot do within the competition. All of those aspects are what a legal department for a federation would do, and that's what, as the governing body. We also do things on the innovation side, right? Which means, what's the ball size? What are the different components that make up the game of football, the game of soccer? So all those technical areas are also within our obviously governing body duties. So when you see a soccer ball and you see the little, you know, mark that says FIFA, you know, ball approved, it's because it is approved by the governing body, FIFA. Now, in that perspective, we have the IP of the mark, we have the regulations and specifications, we have the potential patents, and we have all the copyrights, which also falls within my area.
So that sounds incredibly complicated, even if you were having, you know, an entire World Cup within one country. What is it like to have in 3 different countries at the same time?
Well, we say it's very much like 104 Super Bowls within 30 days. We say that all the time, because when you look at it, that's exactly what we're doing, right? It's only the Super Bowl in the United States has a clean zone, right? Has a halftime show. So that was the other thing that we've done for the first time, right? One of the things that I said when I joined 2 years ago at INTA, the International Trademark Association, was we have to understand FIFA is one of the largest media companies in the world. A lot of the purists thought we were crazy, thought, you know, I was crazy. Well, the New York Times, the day after the Club World Cup final, quoted us as being one of the big media events of the world. So that's what you look at, right? The Super Bowl is a media and a sports event, and that's what we have. We have 104 going on with all those same logistics over 30-something days. And the governance of that is that we will have Super Bowls going on in 3 different countries. So we will have teams of lawyers in every stadium overseeing operations in each of those stadiums. And there will be a reporting chain, and I'm talking about the legal piece, right? There will be a reporting chain up to headquarters, and our headquarters will be bifurcated because of the way it was set up previous to us having, you know, kind of some developments. And we will have our media, innovation, and technology based in Dallas out of what we call the IBC, the International Broadcast Center. And then we will have our corporate headquarters in Miami. So that's the way we will govern. We have offices and legal teams in Mexico and Canada, in addition to the US. So for example, I work very closely with the Mexico and Canada teams as to brand protection, operations, intellectual property, all those different types of matters.
Indeed complex. It's so of course there's different legal systems, regulatory structures in Canada, Mexico, the United States. How do you deal with that?
Well, there's different aspects to it, right? Obviously, the games that are happening in Mexico fall under specific regulatory. The games happening in the United States fall under US law, and the games happening in Canada. Let's take something as simple as intellectual property. There are 3 different regimes for intellectual property, okay? So I have spent countless hours meeting with the Mexican government at the highest levels, talking about intellectual property protection. That is one of the highest risk for our sponsors. That is one of the greatest concerns. One of the main stadiums that has been under construction for, what is it, a year more, something like that? And clean zones that are needed to protect the area, being very different in Mexico than they will be in the United States and they will be in Canada. But to say that is not even, the tip of the iceberg, because as we all know in the United States, there is no similarity between the southern United States, the northern United States, and the central United States. So it really is like having 104 different Super Bowls in 104 different cities, because in the United States, certain cities are as different as if they were different countries. The issues we have in Miami are not the same issues you're going to have in Dallas, Houston, or California. In SoFi, and even within the state, right? A San Francisco and a Los Angeles are going to have very different issues. So you just need to understand, like in any multinational type, legal structure, there are different cities and you need to plan accordingly with the teams on the ground, how and when things will happen. And that's basically what we have.
So let's talk a little bit more about the clean zone that you were mentioning. You had said International Trademark Association. Having been a former trademark lawyer, it was United States Trademark Association then, going back to the 80s. So I'm glad it's internationalized. So was there any special legislation that was enacted, let's say in the U.S.? It's not uncommon that FIFA or the IOC can say, if you want to host our sporting event, we want to make sure that our trademarks are protected. There's not ambush marketing, outright pirating of selling merchandise that's unauthorized.
That's a key piece, right? The event law that, as part of the bid, the countries promised to enact. I'm still waiting for the U.S. to do that. So clean zones are very big issue for us. They're a big issue for the host cities. They're a big issue for overall the program, because again, you have sometimes county jurisdictions, city jurisdictions, state jurisdictions, and then you have some of the federal. You would think, well, sure, IP law is in the US protected by federal law. That's great, but there is no local enforcement of federal law for IP, unless you have some very sophisticated police departments such as a Miami or Los Angeles, right? And then the resources are more tuned towards other aspects of when you have an entire Super Bowl. So I think there's those aspects of the legal scheme that you need to take into account. Mexico, for example, is enacting an event law. We have spent a lot of time with the Mexican government in discussing what protections need to be put in place. And things like other IP developments, we will be getting the famous mark for our World Cup in Mexico, which is the first time that Mexico has, in very few instances in history, and obviously for the first time for FIFA to do something like that. Canada, I'm still waiting for some basic trademark registrations of like something like FIFA World Cup. So it all depends on where you are and what you're doing, and we have to deliver certain protections to our partners. So the answer is it varies from host city to host city.
And the team of lawyers will have to be ready if necessary to march into court and get a temporary restraining order if there's counterfeit merchandise being sold. Because of course, in general, the closer you get to the stadium, it gets more expensive, the merchandise, because it's authorized. You get further away.
Well, and that's why, I mean, one of the things that we have instituted with this World Cup, and we've instituted at the legal team here, is, FIFA's had this for 30 years, right? In Qatar and Russia, it's a very different dynamic, regulatory and protection-wise, than what you have in the United States. So there are certain realities that have not been faced by a global organization. The IOC is doing a Los Angeles Olympics, right? It's not even California Olympics. It is LA 28. And my counterparts and, my friends at the IOC have a different scenario than what we are facing this summer. So to answer your question, yes, we will be ready with TROs, but that's also a new concept, right? When I built the legal team, I took that into account. And my senior team comes everywhere from Netflix to Warner Brothers Discovery to former Iron Man to managing partner at a law firm. So, fintech and, and digital gaming aspects. So we have a senior team who understands those issues. I have lawyers from around the world, and we, on top of that, have an entire legal team in the subsidiary for 2026 that does the operationalization that also will be supporting. So from that perspective, there are opportunities, and I've developed a brand protection system in which we partnered with a worldwide law firm that I have law firms ready to take action anywhere in any one of our host cities. But that also goes to, who do the partners care about? Adidas is going to care a lot more about counterfeiting than, Home Depot. So we have to, take everything in perspective of what our main concerns are from a legal perspective.
Sure. Well, and sports is certainly a microcosm of society as a whole, and there's just a tremendous amount of cooperation that you're describing that's necessary.
Absolutely.
With not only, nations, their national laws, but then state or province and also local. What sort of implications do you see that having as catalyst for greater regional cooperation? So one of the, we're talking, this conference deals with not only sports, but also trade. Do you see yourselves as kind of setting the table for broader, cooperative arrangements between, Canada, the US, and Mexico beyond sports?
Absolutely. I mean, there's a degree of cooperation that hasn't been seen before, right? Look at the World Cup draw in Washington, D.C. at the Kennedy Center, when it was still named the Kennedy Center. You saw 3 heads of state up on there. And I think that when we take a step back, right, when we realize what are we doing, and you can take away the politics, there are still 3 heads of state that are agreeing on something, and it's something that, people can come together on. So we do take very much the approach that this is meant to unite the world. This is meant to further opportunities. This is meant to, bring together people of all sorts of different backgrounds. I have seen it happen in Mexico. I've seen it happen even in Brazil. We're preparing now. I mean, 26 is here, but I'm worrying about 27 and 30. That's the reality. And when I was at NBC, when we were going to, when, a different rights holder had the World Cup in Brazil, but NBC had the IOC, and we were doing Fast and Furious. The collaboration was not there. It really wasn't. You don't have people collaborating when, as much as you do on a World Cup. It's very different. So when we're looking at how to partner, how to create event laws, how to bring investment, because that's part of what it is, right? The event laws create an opportunity for all these brands that have never been in Brazil before to come in and have offices and operate and bring people into the ground in Brazil. It's the same scenario. Same scenario with Miami. Miami host city is looking for supporters, but Miami host city is going to have more people there than they've ever had before. And that will have an impact on hotels, that will have an impact on, different things. Just an anecdote, my daughter is going to a program this summer. She's in high school. I got an email from the hotel, because I'm local, but most of the kids are not, saying, please make your reservations early because we have the FIFA World Cup this summer. And as parents, you may not be able to if you don't book early. So, it's the concept of there will be a lot of investment and a lot of people being exposed to places in the US that they haven't been exposed before.
So let's shift topics a little bit, given your background in the media. There's probably no more closely scrutinized sport event than the World Cup. Probably, the Olympics, maybe the Super Bowl, and you get all kinds of scrutiny on matters like labor standards, human rights protections, ethical governance.
There's someone in the world hating me at some point in a time zone on any given day.
Sure. So do you want to give, and the media doesn't always report things as they are. Do you want to talk about what, kind of is reality, what FIFA's doing, and, what happens if, for example, some, misinformation comes out or it's not accurate? What do you do then?
Sure, and I was in media, I was a news lawyer, vetting news and corroborating its authenticity for many years up until I came to FIFA. So look, there's a couple different problems. People don't always, especially in the United States, know who FIFA is, right? I mean, we even sat this morning, right, and heard a presentation about FIFA, and not all of it was accurate, right? And so because people do assume a lot of things about FIFA. And in the United States, there's a lot of different levels, right? There's host cities that have the FIFA name because they are the FIFA host city committee. So a running joke is the president of the FIFA host city committee is a former county manager. She's a friend of mine, and we joke, I'm her lawyer, and they think that she's replaced Gianni Infantino. So I think there's a couple different things. First of all, up until this World Cup, FIFA was not the direct operator of the World Cups. We had a system where it was the local organizing committee. So it's really the LOC who would operate and set up those games, wherever country you were in. So there's so many different levels of governance that a lot of times FIFA is blamed for certain things, which it's not directly responsible for. Maybe the government is responsible, maybe not. Nevertheless, we have incredibly high standards when it comes to licensees, it comes to vendors, when it comes to operators. And you have to keep in mind that you are operating in jurisdictions where you're bound by those laws. So I'll give you an example, licensing. We have incredibly high standards when it comes to licensing and what vendors and what the thresholds are for those vendors, okay? To the point that when we were doing the Club World Cup, the club's own kit makers couldn't always meet those standards because we need verifications about child labor standards. We need verification about, where you can and cannot source material from, okay? Minimum wage, the diversity of workforce. We have all of those standards. Those are not common standards around the world. In addition to that, we can't police everything around the world. So when someone's building a stadium, we don't always control that, and we don't ask for stadiums to be built, quite frankly. That's not part of our jurisdiction. So when we say, okay, well, stadiums being built by the host country, that's up to the host country. So when a bid is placed, they're placing a bid saying, these are the stadiums that are going to be used, and we say, well, great or not. In the United States, it's easy, right? But when you go into South America, well, there's not a lot of stadiums that can hold a Super Bowl, right? And so those are the types of things we need to take into account, that FIFA will carry that burden, but we also see it as an obligation to up the standard. We see it as an obligation to bring in opportunities for local entities. We see it as an opportunity to have a certain standard worldwide.
Let's, we talked a little bit about this morning is the travel back and forth, people going, what sort of,
I'm the first culprit of that.
okay. I can't imagine what a maze that is with, just the legal and logistical issues, which really, I think it's fair to say have been considerably exacerbated here, at least in the US in recent months. How do you effectively address that?
Well, some things are beyond our control. US policy, whether people believe it or not, is outside of our control. We have to have and let's keep in perspective, we have to have a good relationship with our host countries. If we don't, then we will not get anything done, and we will not be able to operate 104 Super Bowls. So we are working very hard and, with the governments to ensure that those that need to travel can travel, okay? Modern and current events notwithstanding, okay, we are trying to facilitate visas for all. We have to get visas. We don't have a blank check. We don't have a magic wand. When the legal team came from Zurich to Miami, and I was the only US one, right, that came over, we had to get visas. And we have to go through the visa process. Right now, we have to let our team, because it's been exactly, the time frame has been exactly 2 years. We have to let our people go back to their country, get visas, reinstate their visas and come back. We're in the middle of a World Cup. The last thing I want to do is have some team member, luckily none of mine have that issue, but the last things we want to do is make team members do that. We are still bound by those same laws. So are we trying and working with the government and pushing the government to try to alleviate some visas? Yes, and that has been successful, but we still have to comply just like everyone else. Certain standards being easier because perhaps we got our visas for our employees ahead of time. But if we are still bound that if we don't have international workers visaed by this week, they will not be ready for the World Cup. So it has caused a lot of planning ahead for us to comply. Mexico, we will keep teams that are based in Mexico in Mexico. We will keep teams that are based in Canada, and we will keep teams that are based in the US in the US, and only executives primarily will be going back and forth, or team members that have the specific role to go back and forth.
So let's move to dispute. Well, before we do that, let's, of course, you got to have, the integrity of the game, or else you don't have a sport. So what's FIFA's legal framework for protecting the integrity of the game, preventing corruption, match manipulation, things like that? What kind of systems in place?
Well, I mean, it's the standard systems that are in place in any sport, right? But I think that one of the things that we have done is we haven't gotten into the allowance of the betting and all of that to the extent that other sports have. So the only way that betting companies really have that information is from the audiovisual rights. So FIFA hasn't created a subsidiary where it's holding its betting rights. It's not doing, which is very different. For example, tennis is making a majority of its money, my understanding is, from the fact that it is holding all of its rights in betting, okay? So we have so many jurisdictions from that perspective, and we have our standards so high when it comes to contracting, right? As well as none of our sponsors can talk to our member associations directly through us, right? All communications on the competition comes through our team services. So I think those are some from a media perspective, right? Where you can kind of maybe circumvent and get maybe teams to do X and teams to do Y. I think all of those protections that we have in place, in addition to us ourselves, not getting into some of the more marginalized areas, sponsors can sponsor all they want, right? You can have Crypto.com sponsor, you can have whoever's Betano sponsored Club World Cup, but they don't cross over into having interactions with the teams and the players. And I think that is from a media perspective of how sometimes you get into the money area. I think that's one of the protections that I think has supported that.
Sure. You know, I would imagine you've got some concerns because as a result of the Supreme Court's Murphy decision, which basically opened up legalized gambling in whatever state wants to do it.
I was part of the NBC team because, for those of you in the space for a long time, betting came through state by state, right? And then you had the Supreme Court decision of Puerto Rico's, lines and whether you could promote. That was the first Supreme Court case on the gambling, right? And whether you can go cross-border gambling. So these are issues that I've dealt with in media for a very long time. And you used to have to say, okay, well, what are you advertising in gambling and betting and it being disguised? Then DraftKings comes along and has, different opportunities. So I think that in the next couple of years, we're going to see significant difference in this space. And I think it just becomes more important for the sports rights holders as well as for the teams to continue putting those checks in place. Prediction markets aren't even considered betting, right? And that's something that we are all going to face very soon. And none of that is to say that it's promoting match fixing, but look, we just saw in the United States, there was all these cases and it had nothing to do with media, having nothing to do with the teams, having nothing to do with sports writing. This is part of our history, right? It goes back to the New York Yankees and, and the Chicago Cubs. So it's just a matter of us protecting and having integrity in the game.
So how will disputes be resolved? I know I've been on a couple of the ad hoc divisions through the Court of Arbitration for Sport. We're on site. Is arbitration going to resolve? Like, let's say a player gets a red card and they're tossed out. They don't, they want to challenge that. What's going to be the dispute resolution mechanism?
So there's two teams that are very busy, okay? Commercial and disciplinary. Disciplinary will get busy once the first whistle blows. Okay, we're busy and then we will continue busy. But so disciplinary matters will be dealt with on an expedited matter. We have disciplinary team members. We have anti-doping, for example. That's one of the things that will cause some of those issues. And we have a mechanism in which Luis is the director for disciplinary. I'm obviously the director for commercial, and we have teams that will be on call 24/7 across the time zones, ready to address issues.
So does it go to CAS arbitration?
Depends.
Okay.
Depends. First, we make a determination, depending if the matter is something dealing what type of violation it is, right?
Okay.
Red card, fighting with a referee, or something like taking, a non-Adidas jersey into the locker room. It all depends, right? There are different, the MMR is being violated versus, regulations on the pitch being violated versus inappropriate conduct. So depending on which disciplinary action it goes under, we will have expedited review of matters. And we just did this last summer with the Club World Cup.
Okay. So you had a little bit of a lead-in to do this, almost a warm-up. So, even though we haven't started the World Cup yet, it's a few months away. You described this years-long process of preparing for it. And, what have you learned thus far that you believe could shape how FIFA approaches future multi-country tournaments? And do you see that as kind of being, more likely rather than just one country, or is it?
Absolutely. 30 is already there, right?
Yeah.
We will have Morocco, we will have Africa, we will have Europe and Spain and Portugal, and then we will have games in South America. So obviously, being at the 100th anniversary, we wanted to honor that piece. So we will need to be prepared, and those are the things we're already putting in place, right, of multi-jurisdictional. I mean, I know one of the themes here was the civil versus the case law-based jurisdiction. Those are all basic principles that we have to abide by. We will have, even Spain and Portugal are very different in terms of their jurisdictional structure. We have EU versus non-EU laws and versus 2 different countries in South America on the civil code system. So this is a world where it allows participation globally. And we need to be prepared to continue supporting a global development. It brings people together. It allows for continued growth and travel between the different places. I mean, I have friends who are going from the United States going to see the game in Mexico because it's, you know, seeing Mexico play in Azteca is a soccer fan's dream, apparently. So it promotes that cross collaboration across the different places. You will see unprecedented visitors in Morocco from places of the world in 30 that probably haven't, you know, wouldn't have been there. So there is a reason for this, and there's a reason for those united bids because it makes the game stronger. It creates more promotion of the general area. Legally, I'm already preparing at different levels for, you know, EU IP, for Morocco IP, for South America brand protection issues. Every area has their legal risks more heightened than others. Brand protection is not my concern in Canada. It's my concern in Mexico and certain parts of the United States. Contract disputes, not so much in certain jurisdictions as in others. So we just prepare for those accordingly.
So it's definitely not a one-size-fits-all approach. That
Not
just-
even game to game. When you have a
Sure.
Colombia versus Portugal being, you know, one of the most anticipated matches, very different than the game before, which is Cabo Verde versus someone else, and not as, you know, not going to be as, you know, disputed as Colombia versus Portugal
Sure.
in the same city, a couple days apart.
So then, of course, as sports becomes more and more globalized, and I think FIFA is really the paradigm example for that. I mean, if you had to pick one sport,
I
the
had an
Olympics
outside
is-
counsel tell me that most of my days are like law school exams.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different areas of law, and you intersect with geopolitics, unfortunately now including wars, trade policy, human rights debates. So, what do you see as the biggest governance challenges for international sport in the next, let's just take 5 years?
I think the governance challenges actually come in media, right? Because the world and the technology is changing so quickly. Okay, and there is an existential threat to a certain extent to if we do not take the appropriate protections, right, in media, things can happen, right? We saw that with players looking for alternative avenues in the betting, you know, in the price fixing. You see it in how we're watching the sport, counterfeiting, anti-piracy. If we do not take measures to protect and have people know where, when, and how they can watch it and appropriately compensate the athletes for it, then you start creating a slippery slope that the players can't support. Keep in mind that, you know, most of the development of soccer comes in most of the world, not in the top 13 places of the world where you have lots of funding. So the only way of keeping football continuing to develop in all parts of the world is by funding it. And they're not funding themselves. So unless we protect these rights, unless we take measures that give back to the underdevelopment of football, you don't have a Messi, you don't have a Ronaldo, you don't have the next star that is a kid in an undeveloped country that has an opportunity to play somewhere. And that's what it's about. So that's why we create youth tournaments. That's why you create this opportunity. And I think that's where, like any sport, like any industry, we need to start looking at how do we look forward and how do we continue evolving to be able to continue developing.
Yeah, and that goes back to your point that FIFA is a nonprofit and the money all goes out to, not only the clubs, but the funding of the grassroots opportunities is absolutely
Well,
critical.
even things like with innovation, right? We have turf, you know, research that is highly all over the world, right? MIT, with partnerships with all sorts of scientific institutions. We give that to the NFL to prevent concussions in their studies. The technology that we will be using at some of the stadiums is being licensed by our JV partner for the NHL, for the NBA, for the NFL. So, you know, that's why that development continues growing and pushing the envelope on certain things for the betterment of either the player or the athletes.
And the betterment of society. I'm someone who believes that without, global sports competition, we might all end up. I mean, because you realize it's a unique blend of cooperation and, competitiveness. And, the whole idea is we become at least a little bit less litigious and fighting if we can participate, pursuant to the common rules on the field and everyone's friends afterwards. So let me ask you, you got a wide variety of people attending this, scholars, lawyers, policymakers, students. What sort of insights and ongoing conversations would you like to see as we think about the intersection of global sport, law, and cross-border cooperation?
I guess I think that we have opportunities to do things that are truly international. And I confronted this when I was recruiting. When I was recruiting, I had to literally span the globe because I was looking for international lawyers, and I realized that by bringing a global federation to the United States, right, we had an opportunity to grow the legal team, to grow opportunities for U.S. lawyers. And someone said, talking about this, sports lawyers, have an opportunity to deal with different issues, but we rarely really deal with them at a truly global level. And when I was at NBC, I guess I didn't think it was that big of a deal, right? But I apparently had a little bit of wider scope than what we normally do. And I think what I would say is, let's take the opportunities that can be presented and work together to really start creating even more global opportunities, is what I would say. Because we sometimes think our Super Bowl goes global, and it does, but not because people watch football. I'm a football fan, right? My first soccer match was the opening of the Club World Cup. Okay, I had never watched a soccer game before. Okay, but even the NBA, even the NHL, yes, it's international when it comes to Canada, but I think that as we see more and more global opportunities, let's continue expanding those. Let's find ways to grow them, and let's find opportunities to work together on that, is I think what I would say.
Yeah, particularly since you can be anywhere in the world now with the media and watch.
You can.
It's really incredible.
Yeah, and then when we see a lot of things, okay, well, host cities are our burden, then it is. It's a huge burden, but hopefully it will bring more opportunities than not. And I think that's the piece of, let's also think about how global we can be still and take advantage of that.
Yeah. Any questions from the audience that people have? Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to, you touched on it earlier, but I wanted to just get some just more insight on FIFA's, the way FIFA is addressing some of the gambling and the predictive market, since it is state by state. How's FIFA managing that in its contracts with the host cities and
We don't, you can only do it through a sponsorship.
Yeah.
That's it. There's no touch points. We're not gonna, be in that market other than through sponsorship. So we have a contract with a audiovisual company that will give match data. But again, those are the way we're regulating it will be the same way. I think it's the NFL or NBA and we have our disciplinary team. So when my team goes to do a if and when, right, they get presented with sponsors and things like that, we actually work with the disciplinary team to ensure that there's no ability for any crossover, any match fixing or anything like that.
How are you thinking about the balance at a legal and like commercial level in terms of TV media rights? It's growing and there's as a way of generating revenue for FIFA and even at club levels, but then the balance of like player welfare when they also make up the majority of the costs for like the clubs. And without the players, you can't then have a FIFA, you can't have the entire ecosystem. So how are you thinking about that from like a player welfare perspective, but also still trying to generate revenue for the organization?
Are you talking about the player welfare?
Balancing player welfare
Mhm.
with the fact that this is still a product that needs to be shipped out globally.
I don't think we look at it as a product that needs to be shipped out globally. That's not, and I'm responsible for the commercial piece, so that's not the thinking at all. So FIFA is first and foremost the governing body. So the player calendar, okay, which I have nothing to do with, is first and foremost the player safety and the player. And are there disputes? I don't even follow those because I'm a little busy. But that is our first and foremost. So player health, player responsibility, all of that comes before it even gets to me on the media rights side. So there is no world where we're thinking, oh, we want 104 matches, right, for TV. That's not the way. That the commercial side is so insignificant compared to Arson, our chief, or Luigi, our chief of referees. You know, I'm the first director of commercial who even knows them, by the way, or even interacts with them. So commercial does not govern any of that piece. And so that is not, so when they sit there and they do like when you do the draw and when you get there, the commercial side is not thinking we need 104 primetime matches. If we did, we wouldn't be playing a 3 o'clock finals in, New York City. So we'd be playing an 8 o'clock final in New York City. So, primetime schedules are taken into account clearly. But I'll be honest, the EU won over the primetime schedule sometimes more than the US primetime schedule. And my point in telling you that is, if we were really looking at it from a commercial perspective, we would have a different media rights schedule. So we are really secondary to what is football, what is good for the player, what is good for the game. And then we kind of have to manage around that.
Oh.
If not, I'd be in the room when they're, drawing up their little schedules.
At risk of giving a bit of a sneak preview into my presentation tomorrow, so the human rights due diligence has been incorporated into the bidding process.
Yep.
And so I'm curious to know whether or not you feel that from a contract standpoint, within the host city agreements, is there opportunity to strengthen human rights, compliance, accountability, in any way by utilizing the host city agreements?
So the host city agreements were set when the host bids came out.
Mhm.
Okay, so these predate, right? And my team supports the host city agreements, right? They are pretty strict when it comes to what the host cities can or cannot do. I guess that it's just a general question in terms of, it depends what you're asking in each tournament the host cities to do. So host cities of 26 are very different than host cities for 30 would be. And I think that I don't know that we can do much more from a human rights perspective in that very narrow piece. So I'm not sure, like, for example, part of the human rights perspective is who are you licensing to? Are they going to be using child labor, things like that, right? That's not necessarily the mechanism that's going to fix that. What's going to fix that is the licensing agreements. And that's where we have it very strong, right? You can't do X, Y, and Z. You can't license and let you meet those standards. So I think that there's different mechanisms for different humanitarian or human rights perspectives. I think so. I think it all depends on what exactly you would be looking for to make sure that you have the right levers in the right place.
Well, just a follow-up to that, and thank you. So I'm wondering if, so they go through quite an extensive human rights due diligence, putting, their risks and
Yes,
what
ma'am.
how they anticipate mitigating those risks and all of that. Is there any way, but that is in the bidding process.
Mhm.
So there's no real glue or no real teeth behind that unless there's language in the host agreement that requires them to adhere to what they've stated in their human rights due diligence documents. I'm trying to make the connection between the two stronger so that host cities are able to say, this is what we proposed we would do, and now we have to stand by that. Do you feel that's already there, maybe?
Well, I think we haven't done the host city agreements for 30, and the ones for 26 were done a very long time ago.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think that's the problem.
Yeah.
Right? 30 is very far away from being done.
Mhm.
27 still isn't done, and because we just picked the host cities, and 26 was done for very so I think that I don't know that I can answer that, given the fact that it is still so much in flux,
Mhm.
and what you have in Brazil is going to be very different than what you had in the United States, and the host city agreements are also addressing other issues, and that's why I said I'm not sure that certain human rights are necessarily in the right place in the host city agreement, because host cities aren't dealing with child labor.
Right.
You see? So I don't know that you can really address, and again, I don't know what the subject of your presentation is. I
No,
don't know anything,
you're
but
hitting on several.
but I think that I think it's just a matter of where is the right place to address certain standards, is what I would say. But that we are committed to, no doubt about it. We are committed to helping and improving in any community we come to.
Thank you.
I have two questions. First one, what can you tell us about the case that has been in the media for many years, Budweiser?
I can tell you there's no case.
Yeah, the situation that happened, I think, in Brazil, then Qatar, and now here, because I see that when you are a brand sponsoring one of your products, let's say, you may think that the scope of your contract is the stadium, but actually it's global. I mean, people around the world on the screens, in the sport bars, at their houses, they can consume the product that is associated with the World Cup. So how is the relationship? How do you manage when a country has prohibitions or bans of certain products and the relationship with the brand that is connected with you?
So I can tell you I have a very good relationship with ABI, which is the owner of Budweiser. I've spoken to their general counsel many a time. We align on whatever issues there are. And I think that from a global sponsor perspective, I think these global brands are used to having to deal with all these jurisdictions, and they understand, and they have a choice, right? You don't have to sponsor 30 or 34 or 28, you have an option to sponsor a cycle or not. So from that perspective, I think the brand chooses to support or not, depending on where we are. So I think that the brand and the rights holder have to have a good relationship, and we do, both from a legal perspective as well as a commercial perspective. So I think, global brands are much more sophisticated than we are in commercializing their brand and in how they're going to do it. So I think that from that perspective, it's really on the brand to determine how they want to commercialize based on the market. You saw that in Brazil. You see that with, and I don't know what you're referring to with Brazil and Budweiser. I wasn't around at that time, but to a certain extent, when you look at what happened in Qatar and the way Budweiser managed it, it became an award for marketing. And it became an award in all sorts of different, social media and all sorts of different standards. It became a great marketing opportunity for them. And I think that's what sophisticated brands do. They take their market and they take the situation and they make the most iconic moments out of it.
And the other question is about the boards. The boards that you have for marketing around the playing
LED
field.
boards? LED boards?
Exactly. We had in the preparation of the symposium, we ran a few podcasts. We interviewed Ramon Calderon, a former president of Real Madrid, the Spanish soccer team, and he explained to us that for the clubs that was a game changer. Because before they have just a board. Now the LEDs screens, they can, instead of having just one sponsor, they can have multiple, and they can increase their revenue. But the question, I don't know, who owns the rights of the LED screens during the soccer World Cup? Is the organizing is FIFA? Well, licensed to the broadcasting company?
So, a couple things. There's no organizing committee in this World Cup, right? There's no local organizing committee. It's FIFA. And the LEDs, I don't think are a new concept in the United States, right? We've been doing this in football for a very long time. So this wasn't something new for this World Cup. Europe is different. The way Europe and therefore the clubs have commercialized in the United States and in Europe, okay, versus how US has commercialized are very different, right? PSG Stadium, which is a mecca of advertising and of the football world, is very different than even a Hard Rock Stadium, okay? So from that perspective, I think that the clubs in the EU have commercialized very differently, static boards just being one of them. So yes, something like static board, electronic boards will be a game changer for a Real Madrid. In the US, this has been common practice. So this is not a game changer for a World Cup for FIFA, especially coming to the United States. And we take over a stadium and everything within the stadium goes over to our sponsors, to the FIFA sponsors, because there's no local organizing committee. And to just address the naming rights issue, naming rights are a thing in the US. US lawyers, for that is a US lawyer thing. EU, not a thing, right? Other parts of the world, not a thing. So for us to accept a bid in the United States, it's Houston Stadium, it's Miami Stadium, it's part of the contracts, it's part of the negotiating. You don't have to be a stadium. It's that simple.
Is our time allotted?
No, if we have other questions, we can stretch it a little bit. Do we have any other questions?
Go ahead.
Yes, I have another type of question. Why keep FIFA choosing for the fact that you organize your female and your male World Cups in another year in other countries? Why would you not organize them both at the same time? Because you had a lot of work organizing this, you have a lot of work organizing the female World Cup in another country in another year. Why would you choose to not organize them together and contribute to the idea of equality more?
I think the idea of contributing to equality is actually making them their own tier 1 tournament. Because if you do it one after the other, then you are always comparing. Whereas here, you are giving complete and all the resources. If you're doing it back to back, it's because you want to create efficiencies and just like copy one from the other. On the contrary, here, you are giving complete and total attention to the female World Cup. We have the same planning process. We have a entirely different commercial sponsorship. Just because you sponsor Men's World Cup does not mean you sponsor Women's World Cup, which was something that was very different that FIFA did. You also media rights. Just because you get the media rights for the Men's World Cup does not mean that you get media rights for the Women's World Cup. In fact, that's why we've even created, in the Club World Cup, we created a Women's Club World Cup, because that also stimulates the fact of having club sports for women. So yes, it's much more of a burden, but I don't think it's a burden when you're promoting female sports to have the same level of as men.
Yeah, maybe I want to add on this because I think it's we're from Belgium, so we have a very European view on this. I think in Europe the view is more like if you would organize them subsequently in the same year, same stadiums, more spectators of the male version will contribute to the female version as well. Because I know in America, female soccer is already big.
Yep.
But in Europe,
It's
we
not.
only have like 3 countries that are kind of big. So for us, it's like really a promotional thing to get these other countries on the map. And we are thinking about like, how could you contribute to more equality for these female sporters? Maybe if the people that are traveling to the US and following the male World Cup, maybe they can stay a little longer and be surprised by the level of female football as well, and get more into it, which will get to more, I think, commercial value, etc. So
Well,
that's, I think, why she asked.
even from a logistics standpoint, asking people to take 60 days of vacation would probably not work either, because the female being 30 days. So I think there's a lot of, I wasn't part of the decision to, we've always had a different Women's World Cup, but I can tell you from even a media rights perspective, right? You would be looking at a very different scenario if you are looking at the last 30 days of a tournament versus the first 60, right? So then I think you would be very logistically challenged to have an audience for 60 days, right? So from a US female perspective, being in media and sports, I think you would probably do yourself more damage than you would from that perspective. And I think that the whole point is that FIFA, unlike other organizations, has taken such a strong stand that the female sport deserves and has its own organization for that reason, to do what is best for that tournament, to do what is best for female sports, and to ensure that we do not divert money from other areas, from females. So we treat women as equally. I have to turn around and pay as much attention to Brazil as I do to the US and to 30 and then to 31. But I think also the other perspective is, and you saw this with the NBA. The WNBA is growing in, sponsorship and is growing in viewership. Why? Because they're not an extension of the NBA, right? They're their own piece. And I think having a Women's World Cup where you are winning notoriety and where you're winning your own cup and where you're being played and there's nothing else that year promotes Europeans to then say, hey, we want to be world champions too. And I think that's the difference, right? When you can say we've won a World Cup in any European country, it's a big deal. Maybe not so much for the US, except because our soccer team is actually the one that works. But listen, the only reason the USA women's team is that main factor for us here. Go figure.
Next question.
Yeah,
One
so
more question.
so what keeps you awake at night in terms of then the success of
Time zones. That's what keeps me awake at night.
other than the
That
fact-
and my kids.
in terms of the success of the World Cup, both like holistically but also from a legal perspective, like what challenges are you like really concerned about as we head into it?
I don't know that there's one specific aspect. I think it's what is the legal issue of the day. Okay. I think we have a lot of things that we're putting in place. But I'll be honest, I don't stay up at night worrying about, the legal issues. No, I don't. I take the perspective that it's kind of in God's hands in certain respects. There are a lot of things outside of my control. I stay up and work and sleep very little because of the time zones, because as we get closer and closer, I need to finish things in the US and be ready for Europe to wake up, because I need certain decisions to be made, or I need to talk to certain people. And then by the time they're asleep, I need to go do it. And so I think that we have the best team in the world. And I think that, there are certain things that are just going to be outside of our control. And I think that with the right team, with the right integrity, it will work the way God wants it to.
So Lynn, real quick, what advice would you give to the students in the audience if they want to be doing what you're doing?
I'm not sure they should be doing what I'm doing.
With that caveat.
Look, it's kind of like I spoke at a high school a couple weeks ago, and I told them I couldn't imagine if I was sitting in their shoes, and I couldn't imagine when I was in law school, right, doing what I'm doing now. Okay, I don't think it's because, there is any secret path. When I was in law school, I wanted to be a media lawyer, and I was told by my professor, you were never going to be a media lawyer because you didn't go to Columbia and Yale. I was at UM law professor, and you're not in New York, right? I ended up being a media lawyer, even in Miami. Sports lawyer, you would have told anyone, 10 years ago, even 3 years ago, that you can work for a global sports federation in the United States, and they would have told you, no, you're crazy. So, I think that you just need to take every step to what is the right path for you. Do it with integrity. Do it because you love it, not because you're trying to get ahead or trying to be, and your right path will go for it. And you need to be dedicated. I wanted to, be in media. I wanted to be in litigation. I wanted to be in big law. And you just take the next step with integrity, with the right attitude, and working hard. I think you never have a glass ceiling. And I think the world is changing, and we are having more and more opportunities, even being US lawyers.
Well, thanks so much. Let's give Lynn a big round of applause.
Thank you for having me, Karen, and thank you for having us.
Thank you so much, really. Hey everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started. We took advantage and indulged a bit during the last session since we had Lynn Carrillo here, and I hope it felt well worth it to everyone. I greatly enjoyed it. So we're going to go ahead and get started, and I am going to turn the mic over, and I have to look to make sure I say your name correctly. I'm going to turn the mic over to Yigal Saghian. Greenberg Traurig.
Right. Need a second seat? Do we have?
We were, well, how do you?
You can just all sit up here and.
Oh, is that, okay. So are you presenting?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, he's presenting. So no, I think it's just gonna be podium. And it'll be easier if anybody's on the Zoom.
Got it.
Yes.
That makes sense.
All right.
Hello, everyone. How you doing today? Hope everyone's having fun on Friday. So where do we start? I'm an accidental sports lawyer. I started my career in real estate. I'm a proud graduate of the University of Houston Law Center. Although I did my time across the street, this is a beautiful new building, wish I was here. And so I did my time, a few years in real estate, and then through deals and transactions involving stadiums, arenas, which at their core are real estate. I got involved in the sports side of it and have been privileged most recently to work along with other colleagues at my firm on FIFA deals, which to the extent of my involvement were limited to, you know, stadium specific issues, host city specific issues, nothing like what we heard just now, which takes the entire tri-national context and global context into account, and you know involves not only commercial rights, but also the political component, the ethics component, you know, the underlying social fabric of sports and the one of the most popular sports, which is soccer. Now, I ask that again to go back to the question: where do we start? Luckily, we have with us today two great speakers here that will be presenting. They've been spending months looking into these issues in the context of FIFA, and also in the context more generally of global sports events and so-called mega events. And so without further ado, let me introduce our panelists, including Alberto Ugarte, professor of at the School of Social Science and Government at Tecnológico de Monterrey, where he's also program director for a bachelor's degree in international relations. And he'll be discussing his paper, The Soccer Boom in North America, How the 2026 World Cup Redefines Cooperation, Good Governance, and Transparency in Professional Leagues, which I think you didn't need me to read, but without further ado.
Thank you. Should I stay here? You
You can go to your place.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Actually, you are good. If you plan on staying stationary, you can stay with this side.
Okay.
If you plan on moving around, then you can.
All right, I'll stay here.
Okay.
As much as,
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. As he kindly presented me, I come from Tec de Monterrey Campus Querétaro. I will briefly explain the consequences of what we have been researching for the past year and a half and why I said that Querétaro seems to be at the center of this investigation. So I started a year and a half ago asking the question on why Mexico decided to organize this trilateral event, specifically in Mexico City, Monterrey, and Guadalajara. And when I was asking this question to my students, but also to my peers, as simple as it goes, it had to do with infrastructure, right? We have enough football fans in these three cities, the most important ones, but we also asked the question on what are the consequences for these cities. And in doing so, I will try to explain why is it that this has so much to do with how our region has been evolving in terms of sports integration in the last 3 decades. And I would use that argument to start by saying soccer, as it's called in the United States, was not at the center of sports management 3 decades ago. And that changed the way things took a certainly important aspect in the US, but also in Mexico, as the MLS became not only a professional league, but also became an actor, which is also influencing the event and the way fans are seeing the entire region. When I was doing so, some of my students, we visit a couple of different stadiums in the US, including those that we take a look at in the beginning of this session today. LA, Atlanta, Houston, of course, Dallas, and New York. And by doing so, we try to make a brief, let's say, history behind how soccer evolved in the US in comparison with how evolved was soccer already in Mexico almost 100 years ago. And in doing so, I try to make sense out of why the US and Mexico are so rapidly moving into hosting common professional leagues, including the Leagues Cup, right? Some of you might hear about that. But also, why is it that this tri-national event, which I call the most important mega event that Mexico, at least from our side, we have ever hosted, will change the way we see regionalization processes. I'll try to move to the following slide. So I use this little diagram to explain a little bit how we realize Canada, the US, and Mexico are influencing not only professional leagues by taking into account commercial trends, but also actors that have not really been there before the announcement of the 2026 World Cup. And we define it through this. So we look at this as a top-down mechanisms, right? We have Canada, the US, and Mexico being already integrated into previously NAFTA, now the USMCA. However, in terms of sports, we never had actually either a trilateral agreement or any legally binding document that actually states how close or far should we be one and the other. So the way I see it is Mexico has already a long story about fans and football culture or soccer culture. However, in the last decade, this has increased in both sides. It means MLS has pushed a little bit, let's say, the fan culture in Mexico, but also in the US. We have two hypotheses here that has to do with cultural heritage, right? With some of the Hispanic legacies being connected to how rapid these numbers went up. And if you look at how soccer has taken over certain sports, right? I use one number from The Economist from this year, which is soccer is almost going into the same direction as baseball, right? If you compare the amount of years that baseball has been around in this nation, it's obviously how important soccer has become in the last decade. In doing so, we try to connect that momentum to the core argument, which is the article tries to hypothesize over the idea that both leagues, Liga MX and the MLS, will convert into one single professional league at some point. To make that statement, it seems that so many things need to change, right? And we use that statement to clarify that these current mechanisms of merging one league and the other one had to do with the financial markets that are already there in terms of players, commercial trends, but also the way fans are being moving around from both sides of these two countries. And the value of the market, right? If we look at the value of the market, it seems that we have so many things to worry about when it comes to human rights, risk prevention, but most importantly, and today's topic, corruption and transparency. If we're unable to actually get those specific topics into at least a same regional perspective, it will be very hard to address risk management and, of course, fragmentation, right? How do we know about this? Mexico, the US, and Canada share very different realities. And that's something we lack from previous agreements when it comes to trade, manufacturing, labor, and so on. And we agree that if we do not really look at these three important aspects, we're going to be missing out a lot of different issues. Going back a little bit of our previous speaker, MLS and Liga MX have very different protocols when it comes to human rights, compliance, and conflict of interest. We don't share the same realities. We do share same arbitrational mechanisms, but that's already when you're persecuting crime or you have, to a certain extent, already a compliance taking place. We don't have any prevention mechanisms. If that's the case, when you think about one region in terms of fans, culture, and of course sports, then we're taking two different pathways. And that's obviously a contradiction, which is something the article highlights along the way, which is, on the one hand, the US has been very keen in attracting talent, not only in terms of the best players. Obviously, I had a picture of Lionel Messi, which I had the privilege to watch in Miami a year ago. And the way Messi transformed Miami into kind of a new Buenos Aires, it is to me a dazzling element. This is not the first time the U.S. has able to attract talent, but also commercial trends into the region. I think we watched a photo of Pelé. Pelé was one of those main stars back in the day when the MLS was being created. And I think the fact that Messi is now able to be in one of the host cities, it also makes sense with what the US is trying to do in that pathway. However, Mexico is ongoing a different direction. At the same time, the MLS has been professionalized to some extent. In the Mexican case, things look very different. The Mexican Liga, the Liga MX, or at least what we know about the professionalization of sport, it goes back to 1927, which is a long time ago. So almost 100 years difference, right? We have previously hosted World Cups. However, in terms of the infrastructure and the way we're cooperating with another country, it's obviously the first time we're doing so. So these are the two different pathways. Mexico seems to be in that crossroads of deciding if there is a certain extent a logic behind merging the MLS with Liga MX, which is obviously, at least from the economic side, what's happening lately. Under chapter 2, I go into the details on why this region is going to become the most important soccer region worldwide, not only in terms of the amount of money that will be invested, but also the amount of talent and fans, right? I'll say, some of you mentioned this, FIFA has a global reach that no other institution globally has ever been able to get. But it has to do with how the sport, specifically football, is able to touch upon most of our regions, right? And most of the countries out there. And if you take into account 30 years and how those 30 years have been not only a matter of the US becoming the center of this new region, we have to look at how do we explain that from here, right? I don't know if you remember this, Tim. I was born in 1991, so I was 3 years old. But I love football. Like I watch football ever since I was like 5. So I remember pictures from this moment in history. Some of these players were already drafted to play other professional sports. That's something you don't really see in football anymore, right? Most of the teams, the national teams in FIFA, are already professionalized. What's interesting here is the US was organizing a World Cup, but at the same time, you have been unable to fully professionalize a domestic league, which is, to me, is fantastically interesting, right? So from here, it only took 3 decades to basically build upon a league, which is the Major League Soccer, to be globally integrated, obviously through FIFA as the main actor, but also being able to reach national audiences, but also the regional ones. So when you look at data from the League Scope, or data about matches between America and Houston Dynamo or Miami against Monterrey, it is very clear to me that at least from the streaming point of view, audiences are increasingly being touched by this new regional process. And that's basically what the article argued. If there is a possibility of becoming one single region, then we need to take care of things that we haven't taken care of to take care with other issues, such as organized crime, transparency, human rights, and obviously conflict of interest, right? So I'll use that small diagram to tell you how at the global level, at least MLS has been able to adopt certain policies and practices from certain international conventions, including the G20, but also the UN agencies for organized crime and drugs. They're specifically targeting how organized crime has, let's say, reach in certain places of the world, the ability to influence not only bribery, but also the way teams are being built, right? I spent also a couple of months in Colombia asking people about how the Colombian case seems to be very fruitful to analyze this, how organized crime is not only paying for let's say, winning games, but also a way of money laundering specifically, and how we need to take care about that in this region. Finally, at the regional level, you might know about the cases in 2015 and how CONCACAF was not really seen as the most efficient regional actor when it came to transparency, right? The argument here goes along, yes, they had consequences, but it was a consequence of the US law trying to prevent future corruption scandals, not the other way around. So it seems like FIFA was, yes, following certain policies, but insofar the US wanted to address those corruption scandals, right? So again, going back to the question, should we follow local laws or should we follow international cooperation and governance to address these issues, right? It's been almost a decade since those events took place. And at the national level, at least from the Mexican side, we have plenty of cases where money laundering and conflict of interest have been taking place in the past decade or so, right? So at least from this perspective, we should follow the following solution. I'll give you a couple of numbers. One of the things we need to really touch upon today is the Mexican market. If you love football and you want to address market size, players, value of players, you will have a hard time. It took me months to take access to data about franchise, how players are paid, how much they pay, commissions, transfer markets, everything that you sound, if you love sports in the US, you can basically ChatGPT that information in a second. In Mexico, that's not the case. So when you look at the regionalization process, I think data access is one of the things you need to handle. Otherwise, when you're trying to sell or buy players from one league to another, it will become a labor issue. Not only based on the fact that you have no data to work with, but also with transparency. That's why I had to do it in Mexican pesos and not in US dollars, right? But just to tell you how social media has impact in both sides of the region, Canada, the US, and Mexico, social media has increased exponentially since the US and the MLS became, let's say, commercialized in the last 3 decades. Almost 220% has increased the way people watch soccer, or at least take a stand up over a team. That'd be LA, Miami, America, Tigres, Rayados. It doesn't really matter. The point is, most of our audiences are based on social media trends, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and so on. And that's fascinating because it also poses different questions about other legal aspects, right? So, and finally, I'll go to the following graph, which is, it also took me months to take it, mostly from the Mexican side. So you see that it makes a lot of sense with what our colleague from FIFA was saying. So basically, the MLS is so much bigger in terms of the market based on stadiums, not based on players, not based on commercial ties, stadiums, infrastructure. Mexico has a long history of unequal distribution of resources, specifically targeting infrastructure. So those three, I began my conversation with why Guadalajara, Monterrey, or Ciudad de Mexico, basically because those are the stadiums that are able to be similar to those in the US. That's the answer. There is no other logic behind picking those cities, right? I come from Querétaro. We do have a stadium which was hosting the previous World Cup in 86, Corregidora. Beautiful stadium, very small, but now we have so many issues that you cannot go to a toilet if you're attending the stadium, right? That is a type of asymmetries you will take a look at in the same region. So looking at other topics such as sponsorship, it's almost the same, right? When you consider that the population of the US is almost twice as Mexico, I don't think there is a lot of difference. The difference goes on in infrastructure, right? And by the way, the answer to these issues, I propose that we should do not over-regulate soccer. So we don't have to do more laws either from the Mexican side, the Canadian side, or the US. we should do the opposite, something we did not do on our previous trade agreements or in other trilateral conversations we had in the past. So I pose a couple of challenges, but also a couple of spaces for improvement. In Mexico, I'll start with that one. So ownership. In the US, it is clear how ownership works in terms of sports franchise. In Mexico, FIFA last year was very clear. We don't have that transparency. We're unable to track down if I own a team and my brother-in-law owns a team, if that affects the way matches will go on, right? We don't have any governing body that will argue against that, so ownership is a big issue. Liga MX, and FIFA was very clear about it, should resolve the issue of ownership by the end of this year, if I'm not mistaken, and that should be ready for the next World Club tournament. Otherwise, that'll be an issue, at least from the FIFA perspective. So I'll say that is being addressed globally, right? Which is influencing the way Mexico is doing the ownership issue. Now, talent. How good are we in terms of attracting talent, not only from famous players from the European leagues, but also from local talent, right? The MLS is doing so because you already have a college / non-professional structure that will help doing so. We don't have that. I was just in lunch with some of my colleagues from the UK, and it is interesting how Mexico has no way, at least in terms of soccer, of recruiting, right, this talent. When I was younger, I played for some of these youth teams, and something you always face is our lack of institutions behind this talent acquisition, right? So that's another problem if you want to merge these two leagues into one single thing. And finally, those two are connected with certainly some sort of an explanation or a possible solution. Transparency. Transparency is at least one of the things that we should take into account if we want to, instead of going to mediation or arbitrage, we should take into account before we actually get into conflict, which is recently, again, if you don't follow soccer news, America was, let's say, in a partnership, a financial partnership with the same fund of the New England Patriots. And if you basically understand that America is the most famous team in Mexico, this is relevant, not only in terms of why would they sell half of the team to a US financial entity, but also it makes sense of what are the other teams will do in consequence. So by now, and if you read this chapter carefully, we have 4 teams in Liga MX that have been doing this, let's say, financial regional movement in terms of owners in NFL, NBA, and MLS are buying new actors or at least new franchises in Mexico, which is, to me, is fascinating. It tells you a lot of, at least the hypothesis that the article goes on, which is we're trying to merge one single market into one, all right? And finally, to what extent we already have a governance model? We don't have any, and that's what the article proposes. There is no governance within these 3 countries. We haven't really even talked about it. There is nothing that I could actually pull up from regarding what are the processes outside USMCA, which deals mostly with intellectual property, yes. Mostly with labor rights, yes, you'll touch upon that. And streaming, right? Fintech, technology, and how do you get access to these different platforms. That you can be found in the USMCA. However, the rest of the stuff about transparency, corruption, and the prevention of it, you will not find any mechanisms at all. And I'll finish with 2 important statements. This is one of my favorite artificial intelligence pictures that was published when they tried to attract the new generations to watch Leagues Cup. If you're not familiar with the teams, I'll go real quick. You see Pumas, Rayados, América, obviously Miami, FC, Over here you get Monterrey. And some of these players are Mexicans, but there are others that seem to be what we know as double nationality. And that's also something you need to consider when it comes to fans, right? People who come from Hispanic legacies, they normally tend to either support a Mexican team or a team in the MLS. Now you see a shift in how fans are allocated. And you see more fans being attracted by players and the franchise instead of these, let's say, nationality-based affiliation, which is if I feel like the Mexican culture in terms of soccer makes more sense to me, I'll support a Mexican team. That is not happening now. Now you'll see people watching certain games based on the players, and if the players are either good or are superstars, right? And this is the Leagues Cup as an example of how big the market has been increasing in the past decades. And I'll finish with this one, which is Chapter 6 seems to pose a possible solution, and the way I see it, it is a feasible one, which is taking into account the argument of good governance. Good governance has been criticized, but has also been showing some positive results, at least when it comes to transparency and civil society involvement. In Mexico, we realize that civil society in football is basically unable to be there, right? We don't really have civil society when it comes to the Mexican professional league. You either get the state, right, as a figure that will implement policy and laws, and then you have private entities, which are clubs. We don't have anything in between. So at least from that perspective, the driving trends in good governance elsewhere, mostly in the European cases, which is where I took most of my scholarship reviews, they seem to be looking at the basic principles of good governance, which is allowing other actors to be involved on this, not only FIFA as the global governing entity, but also actors such as civil society, human rights actors, unions, and so on. A fact about unions, for example, we don't have a union of soccer players in Mexico. We don't have one, which I know in the US context, there is a lot of regulation in sport through the unions of different sports, right? Including the most famous one, football, right? American football. So just by that argument, I argue that good governance at least will open the space for more players in a sense that the region will function as one single professional league, right? Which is the way I see it, what will happen in terms of the finance and the fan culture in the next 10 years. So when you do a forecast, I predict that this will take place in less than a decade. It means after the World Cup, you have 10 years or so when this actually will be even more, let's say, standardized in terms of fans and games around Canada, the US, and Mexico. To prevent what? I basically highlight the ones that I realize are the most famous ones. And the way I see it, some of these are imminent risks in the Mexican case. I'll highlight on the right section. First of all, in the Mexican case, we don't have any compliance units, right? We do have, to a certain extent, law firms that are looking at players or the contracts within players and clubs, but we don't really have a compliance unit. Liga MX has published certain protocols, but we don't have specific mechanisms to deal with that. Then the financial disclosure, it's very difficult to access reports. America was able to do so because America is the only club that is in the Mexican financial market, and therefore you have access to the financial disclosure of the club. Otherwise, you cannot access the financial statements of any club in Mexico, which is, the way I see it, a problem. And finally, international cooperation, at least in those cases that Mexico has needed to intervene when it comes to money laundering or organized crime. We have a very famous case in Veracruz with a team that was highlighted as being part of an organized crime group, which, as you know, is a big issue in Mexico. But that was a consequence of Interpol and other agencies internationally kind of pushing to the federal government to do something about Veracruz. And that was basically kind of the most international famous case. But we don't have any national cases where someone has been able to get, let's say, a corruption scandal within Liga MX, right? There are not sufficient mechanisms to claim that. And finally, the issue with betting, right? Again, the person from FIFA was saying it very clear. The complexity of it has, let's say, opened way more questions than answers to this. But in the case of Liga MX, we don't even have a protocol about preventing betting mechanisms. On the contrary, it seems like we don't have not even clear if through a sponsorship you can prevent this, right? La Liga MX was sponsored by Caliente, which is a major betting company in Mexico. But even through the commercial side, we didn't have any protocol to follow when it comes to how this betting prevention or at least monitoring should take place. And finally, and I'll finish with this. So everything that I just mentioned seems to be kind of the opposite of overregulation. In our, some of you are way better lawyers than I am. In Mexico, we love to overregulate stuff. We have so many different laws for so many different things. In football, at least what we get from other regions and other cases where these three things actually can happen, which is governance, transparency, and integrity units do their jobs. What we do know is overregulation is not the option. On the other hand, what we really can open up for is mechanisms for good governance, which is institutions that are not only efficient, but autonomous, right? And this connects to a certain extent, how Mexico is undergoing certain legal changes that are way too close now to get a clear view of what's going to be the results. But at least in the way football was being able to address certain issues in the Mexican case, and now that the U.S. is, let's say, merging into these mechanisms, we have three different things to follow. Regional confederations. If we are on the same CONCACAF area, then it makes sense that we follow at least the same good governance mechanisms, right? Some of my Mexican fellows here will argue that Mexico at some point was trying to get into a different confederation, right? To the South American one. At some point, 30 years ago, I promise this is true. Well, this is not happening. We are North America. We like it or not. It's a fact. It seems like we have to work under that good governance, right? The Argentina or Brazil, even though some people will literally throw something at me if they mention this, right? So if that is the way we should look at things, that is the fact. Secondly, private stakeholders. More investors are coming to the market. More people are investing in football, at least in the Mexican market. Therefore, we need less, let's say, law enforcement in the aftermath of corruption scandals, and we need more prevention and resilience when it comes to transparency and compliance. And finally, if we do so, to what extent we do have the legitimacy to do it? And the answer there will be, we do have enough actors involved, we do have enough fans, but also we share a lot of different values when it comes to football. Football unifies, to some extent, kind of the idea behind the sport. And I think this is a great opportunity to do so, insofar we attach to those values. Thank you very much, and if you have any questions, we are pleasure to answer them. I'll move here. Thank you.
I have one question for you. Do you see any differentiation between integration of the existing leagues you mentioned, MLS and Liga MX, versus the potential expansion of MLS into Mexico?
Right.
by, new franchise teams there, for example?
Yeah, I think both can happen, but I will say that the option 2, which is the MLS going there and opening new franchises, will face way more problems if we don't address this. I'll tell you why. So if you want to open up new franchise in Mexico, you have to deal with two things. First, with a monopoly, which is you cannot just open a new franchise in a city just because you have come to agree that that will basically make sense in terms of investment. You have to convince the committee of people that are in charge of Liga MX. So you basically don't touch upon their own interest, which is already a problem of good governance. How is it that in order to invest money, law has to be discretionary in terms of why that city and why not a different one? Querétaro, by the way, was last year was sold to a U.S. citizen who is also investing in the Denver Nuggets. And I talked to him a couple months ago, and he was like, "Oh," and my question was, "Why are you buying a Querétaro? The name is Gallos Blancos." And he said, "Well, that's the only option they gave me." Who are they? Well, they are these people that I'm telling you. So I think that the second option is it might take place, but they are facing more challenges that if we mix both leagues and we work together to address these issues. But yeah, both can happen. I'll just assume it's way more complicated, the second option, given the current political and social tides of football. Yeah. But thank you. That's an interesting question. Anyone else? Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next presenter is Dr. Alina Gamboa Combs. Dr. Combs is a lecturer and researcher at Universidad Anáhuac in Mexico City. She will be discussing her paper, Regional Governance in North America, Local Responses to Global Pressures in the World Cup Context. Thank you very much for joining us. Looking forward to learning a little bit more.
That's great. Thank you. Did you notice it's bright orange to make sure everyone wakes up right now? Goes through, and a little disclosure, I would get after my students if they would put as much text as I put on these slides. But there is a reason for that. I did not turn in a paper. So I figured that if you wanted more information, you could ask for the slides. So I would probably brush through some of these things. It's with the mouse, right? There we go. So just as a little starter on the North American region, we've already listened a lot about what it is and how it goes through, but just to come through on a regionalism perspective, to realize what kind of a region is it? It's not a region like the European Union that has very strong institutions. This is a different kind of region. It has high interdependence, but it does not have very strong institutions. It has very weak institutions in that sense. Our regional cooperation is mostly through the trade agreement, starting with NAFTA and then coming through with we call it TEMEC in Mexico, but it's, and that gives it a sense right now of what's happening in North America. It used to be called the North American Free Trade Agreement, name key, North America. Now we have in Mexico, the Tratado México, Estados Unidos, Canadá. In the US, the USMCA, the US-Mexico-Canada Agreement. And in Canada, it's CUSMA. It's the Canada-US-Mexico Agreement. So every single country calls it differently, putting their country first. So that kind of gives us an idea of what we're dealing with North America at this point in time. So basically, our governance structure is produced through network cooperation. It isn't a very institutionalized structure, but it works. And it works through governance. And so what we're trying to look at is how governance is working through the World Cup, having another entity involved, which is FIFA, and what we already have in contrast with the USMCA. So if we look at cross-border cooperation that's already existing in North America, as far as the things that are interesting for the World Cup, we do have some strong trilateral cooperation in things like customs procedures, so that we can get a little tick and happy cooperation there. Services regulation, labor standards, regulatory compatibility, those things we're quite strong on. On the other side, And this has been a struggle in North American cooperation to begin with. Things like migration control, policing, national security, that is not strong cooperation. In fact, each country holds very strongly to having their own jurisdiction over any of these matters. So here we have only ad hoc cooperation. We have committees that will sometimes, pop up if there's a specific issue to work with, but it isn't something that's ongoing, and there definitely isn't an institution that is regulating from above. So this is where our regional cooperation kind of stops. Just to go through with the paper, we have there's specific definitions on sporting mega events. So the World Cup is a sporting mega event, and in this sense, it's a large international competition. And what it forcibly means is a lot of media, a lot of coverage, huge tourist influx, and particularly in a very short span of time. So there's a lot of things that are specific to a mega sporting event that you're not going to find in any other cooperation situation. And here, lasting urban impacts, what's going to happen with stadiums, and we've spoken about those in previous lectures as well. And then we're looking at it from a multi-level governance point of view. And which is this, it's a system of how decision-making is dispersed. So if you have a decision-making flow that's going from different levels of governance, how are these levels looking at? It's not normative type of analysis. It's not trying to tell you how they should flow, but basically looking at how they flow and where they have to go. So this is where we're kind of coming from. So the main theoretical framework that we're looking at, and this is from Gibraltar, and which basically says that mega sports are by their very nature multi-level. So for them to have a success in this framework, they put that there needs to be role clarity, that each level needs to know exactly what they are, what falls under their level, what they need to do. There needs to be a structure of communication, which hasn't been the case as much as we would like. Incentive alignment, which is another one that hasn't been the case as much as we would like. And adaptive decision making, which curiously, that has been that's been a bit better, that decisions have adapted throughout the process. They in particular recommend a hybrid governance model to try and find a better form of oversight. And others, we looked at other options as well as far as the theory. And what we came to conclusion is that in this trinational setting that has very overlapping sovereignties, that there needs to be these agreements that will assign who has to give it role clarity. And this is something that the FIFA World Cup gives, or the Men's World Cup. I do distinguish in the paper always MWC, it's the Men's World Cup, because there is another World Cup, which is the Women's. And so this is where we have the different adjustments for governance. So what does the governance structure look like in this particular World Cup? Well, first you have on the football side, and I missed the regional football associations, but you have the FIFA, the football associations, regional, national, local clubs, and stadiums. So you have sort of this decision-making coming down on the actual game. Then you have government, so you have national, state, provinces, and state of Canada. So you have two very different government types in all three countries, cities and local municipalities. And in government, it's important to see all of these points because this is also where the money flows goes. So a lot of the decision making or a lot of the problems with that's been friction among the different levels of governance is who pays for what. So that's been a big one. Who pays for what and who gets what from the revenue that's coming in. And then, of course, the private sector. So what we have here is vertical governance, up, down, and then horizontal. And you have to have communication among all the different levels. And it's not always going to look locally across. It might go diagonally at some point, the decision-making process. It might go straight up and down at some points, or it might go straight across. But you will have some diagonal points, and those are the ones that are very interesting to look at. So what are some of the FIFA requirements for host committees? So you have different contracts that are signed by the countries, the city, and the football association. So some of the big, you're not going into all of the points, you have the taxes and exemptions. So that's a whole area that has to be looked at. In FIFA participants, companies, they all need to have tax exemptions. So Mexico signed a lot of these comprehensively. So, US and Canada had exceptions. Now, it's important to note that all the main contract or from a sign, the bid started off in 2017, and it was signed from 2017, the main country. So it was the Mexican president Peña Nieto that signed it. Trudeau at that time had reservations, and Trump was also at the time, and he had reservations, and that didn't go through. One of the things when the bid was with the trinational bid or Morocco said, we're signing everything. Whatever you want, we are signing it. And Morocco didn't get it. The trinational one did, but only Mexico signed full, like just whole blank check. And so it's interesting because the president who signed it is not the one that has to carry it out. And so that is another part of governance that we need to look at, is the time factor and how it transcends and overlaps over different regimes. So free transit of people and goods, so that's another interesting one that has a lot of exceptions. Public safety guarantees, you do not want anything happening in a stadium with 70, 80,000 people. Rapid issuance of visas, making sure that players can get from one place to the other, particularly. And infrastructure. So within the bid, from the moment you present your bid, you say what you have and what you are willing to put into what you have to get to where it needs to be. And then the FIFA does the analysis and then does recommendations. So this is one of the points. You have to make sure you have the stadiums, that you have the right amount of airports, so the airports can take the influx of people. These, if you're thinking about 5.5 million people, I've seen very different numbers. I've seen up to 8 million people. Some of some of the media has thrown around, but this means you have to be able to take in an influx of people very quickly because it's in a very specific period of time. And then, of course, we have to consider all of the political tensions that are going on within the three countries. Now, when the bid was put in 2017, was right before the starting of the renegotiation. When, first of all, President Trump had said he was going to cancel NAFTA, the worst agreement ever signed. And then as the bid is going in and getting the bid accepted in 2018, you have the renegotiation of NAFTA into the TMAC being at the same time. So it's kind of almost poetic justice that we're coming in to the 2026 at the same time as the revision, as Lynn was talking to us about earlier this morning. So right now there's quite a bit of strained relations, so that's going to complicate some of the planning. So the main things that are happening in Mexico, we were talking with some who flew in yesterday like I did, and oh joy, the airport renovations in Mexico City are being fun. So you have a lot of renovation around stadiums, around and airports, and quite a few projects. It's not just airports that need to be renovated or that need to be worked on for mobility purposes, but also public transport. So there are new lines that are being put in Monterrey. Those who are going, there's putting in a new metro line, which has been quite interesting and contested on how it's it's being put in and decided, and whether if it's going to be ready or not in time. Same thing with Tren Ligero that's going into Mexico City, as well as the renovations in the airport that, judging by yesterday, I'm sure it'll be ready. I'm not just sure how long it'll hold once it is ready, because it does seem like it's being a bit rushed. So that's Mexico. The United States is doing a lot of retrofits and constructions across the 11 cities. And you do have a lot of also stadium renovations, and you've probably been hearing the debates, who's paying for the stadium renovation, who's going to be getting money. So this is something that has been one of the governance issues, and we'll talk about in some, I'm going to present two particular cases. So here the U.S. has been very, and both the U.S. and Canada, if you're going to be investing, it's got to be something that's going to continue to be useful, and that it's going to be having a lasting legacy on. Same thing with airports. So there's been quite a bit of airport, some of them bigger than others. LAX is having a big overhaul, whereas New York and Dallas is just trying to help parts of security and immigration improvements. Canada, it's been mostly Vancouver, the two stadiums. Again, a lot of debate on who's paying for what stadium and how this is working out. Toronto also is working on the airport, and all of that's fun as well. Trying to get to the Toronto airport is a challenge at this point in time. So I'll keep going to the two main examples that we draw on. There's a couple more. We're still running things with Estadio Azteca, the places around there, and talking to those affected by the renovations. But the two main examples, Mexico City Airport. So the Mexico City Airport's a very interesting case, because when Mexico City put in, sorry for all the text here, but this is just a timeline, and I'm highlighting a few points here. That the Mexico City Airport that was presented in the bid is not the Mexico City Airport that is going to receive planes. Why? Because in 2014, a new airport was supposed to be built in Mexico City. So this new airport is state-of-the-art, top of the line, etc. And that is the airport that was presented in the bid. So when the bid is submitted, if you look at the original bid, it is the Nuevo Aeropuerto Internacional Texcoco that's presented in the bid. So, all is well. It starts construction in 2017, 2018. FIFA announces the winning bid. Everything sounds great until July 2018. New president is elected, and this new president says, I hate this airport. I don't want to have anything to do with this airport. There's a problem, and we are going to show that there's a problem. And so they hold a referendum posing to people, do you want the airport to continue? So half the airport is there. It's still nice. And would you like the airport to continue, or would you like the airport to get canceled? So about 1% of the population actually went to vote. Out of that 1% of the population, 70% voted in favor of canceling the airport. The airport gets canceled. So from there, they decide to adapt a military airport that really wasn't a commercial airport, as an alternative airport in Mexico City. So that starts working, and it starts working until about 2022. So we have two airports. In the meantime, Mexico City Airport, you would walk down the halls, and if it was raining, they'd have buckets in the middle of the, I see, yes, those of us who've gone to Mexico City Airport, you would have the buckets, and it's raining, and it was terrible. So they start all of this recently. So what you have here is a very clear case of an airport, the airport that was going to be by one administration, another administration that prioritizes a different airport, and now you have a third administration who's told you will have these airports ready for the World Cup because you have committed to having this amount of, you will have the influx of people, and you will need the airport to get it. So right now, Mexico City Airport is looking like this. And these, this is what a lot, and those I took in February. Yesterday, it was worse. I mean, this, yeah. So this is sort of what it looks like. You know, you do have the few little pretty murals that have football on them, and some areas in international that are starting to look like something. But for the most part, you are stepping over and you can't breathe from the dust. So that's one case where you see, and in this case, it actually brought through a certain compliance by the Mexican government, and to put forth the amount of money. And this is costing ridiculous amounts of money. I think it's $8 billion that's just been allotted to the Mexico City airport. And to be able to get the influx of people, you have money being put into Santa Lucia, Toluca, which is about 20 minutes north, and Cuernavaca, I guess, is, I don't know why they keep putting that one in, but I'm not sure if Querétaro's having any work or is being considered as one of the airports to receive people or not. But that's what we have now. Canada is another case where we see the opposite. Canada originally proposed Edmonton, Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver as host cities. And so as they were very excited about being host cities. They looked in, they put in their bid. FIFA looked at the proposed stadiums. And for example, in the case of Montreal, they said, yeah, the stadium that you're proposing is not big enough. You need to use your Olympic Stadium, and it needed lots and lots and lots of work. And so Montreal and Vancouver dropped out, then Edmonton dropped out, and finally Vancouver was reinstated after a lot of negotiation, because there was only going to be one venue, which was Toronto. And even then, when you look at the Toronto papers, they've done a really, really good job at showing what they expected, how much they've spent, where the money is coming from, and if they would do it again. And from reading a lot of the auditor's report, I would say that they would not do it again. So it'd be interesting to see. At the end, it's going to be 6 matches in Toronto and 7 in Vancouver. But Montreal's journey was quite interesting. They expressed in 2018. So what's interesting here is if they had accepted, they still wouldn't have started in 2018 to remodel, to do any of the big infrastructure points, which is interesting to go through. It isn't until 2021 when they are actually given, what they need to do, and they finally get the government. And so here comes the vertical and the horizontal governance issues, where the government of Quebec says, we won't pay for it. And Montreal says, well, I'm not paying for it. And then they go to the federal government, and the federal government's going, well, I'm not paying for it. And so at the end, they say, okay, we're withdrawing, and we're not going to be going through. So what is it that they withdraw from? So Montreal said, we don't want to. One, funding. So number one thing was funding. Number two was because of the time frame, the stadium renovations, they weren't going to be able to use the smaller stadium, which is the one that's actually in use right now. They would have had to use the Olympic Stadium because it had the right kind of seating. But to get to the upgrades and everything, it was going to be 300 to 500 million to just renovate a stadium, an existing stadium that has the right kind of size. So, and then the other one has to do with FIFA restrictions. So they were almost going to say yes, just with the funding. But then came the rest of the restrictions. One, the summer blackout. So if you cannot have events close to the time of the World Cup, so they for that time they weren't going to be able to have the Jazz Fest and the Formula One, for example, which are big income generators for the city. And so they're saying, wait, we're not going to have tourism for the big events for 2 to maybe 4. If they had divided again among the 3 cities, it was going to be somewhere between 2 and 4 games that Montreal would have had. So at that time, they were like, no. And then, of course, they weren't going to get ticket revenue or TV revenue. So the revenue for Montreal comes from tourism and other areas. It wouldn't come from actual ticket sales or any of the media rights. So in this sense, you see how the restriction locally brings a problem. And that's why the governance mechanisms need to be set through. So at the end is looking at what does hosting a tri-national World Cup means. And of course, we need to look at just like we need to look back at Japan, Korea to get lessons learned. And I'm not sure if we did that, but to take the lessons learned for a tri-national. Right now, the organizing committees and for Morocco, Spain, Portugal, Uruguay need to be looking at what's happening here as they're starting to organize for theirs. So one thing is trying to make sure you have the intergovernmental alignment and to think through. This is a very interesting point to see how it transcends passing government times, so these governments are going to transition, and it goes through transition. So this is interesting. Regulatory fragmentation, so that's another challenge, and then of course the logistical scale with the 16 cities and the time zones. And I think I'll stop there, and hopefully it's okay.
Great, thank you.
Do you have a moment for questions? Any questions? I have a question.
Sure.
I think we would all agree that greater efficiency and equity in cross-border interactions and having a more collaborative environment and the institutions and mechanisms that help make that possible is a benefit to everyone. Certainly that we could learn our lessons in many different industries. Do you think sport is one industry in specific where, because people just have a love of the game and it's inherently tribal and it's kind of, it's entertainment, it's sexy, people are interested and want to see it happen? Do you think that that's one industry where there's most public and governmental buy-in to get things off the ground and then to learn those lessons for other industries?
Oh, I think so. I mean, I think it's been a very interesting experiment for the tri-national or just the regionalism in general. There are things that are happening for the World Cup that you wouldn't have had happening like right now. As Lynn was saying, having Claudia Sheinbaum and President Trump, and at the time it was Carney, or was it still Trudeau? I can't remember when they did the draw. But to have them together in the same room when there are a lot of other tensions, that said a lot. That you could actually, I mean, they did not have. Normally at the beginning of the year, you have the Leaders Summit for North America. The last one was with López Obrador, I think 2023, and we haven't had one since. And so getting them three together like this, it's sport, it's football. And so I think it's been interesting to see, in the case of the airport, I don't think if we have a World Cup that the airport would be remodeled at the rate that it's being remodeled now, that it's getting up together. It was just being allowed to fall apart in the last administration. And so there's enough pressure coming to get movement going on. I think that's it's a lesson for us.
Well, hopefully we'll continue on the right direction and it will be a successful event and have lasting effects that will be of benefit to all of us. So.
Yes, we hope the airport will still will happen. Oh, and all the others.
I thought we had it bad here.
What?
I thought we had it bad here with IAH, but.
Oh,
Right? Oh.
Yeah, let's talk about the airport.
You mentioned that the first funding that was requested with the first plan that the government had was $4 billion US dollar. That is pesos or US dollar that you had in your slide? Because I just saw that the first plan was 4 billion and then for a new airport. I don't know if that covers the full construction project of just a part of it, but now the remodeling is 8 billion, so it doubles.
Yeah. Now, in all fairness, the first, like, the original airport, you know, I am one of the first to say it never should have been in Texcoco to begin with. They came across too many issues, environmental issues. They came across, it was a very political decision and not a very strategic decision for where to put an airport, you know, for starters. So I'm not gonna say that should have, you know, but that was the promised airport. And when they started the problem with the funding is it was all funding by bonds, and it was all funding through debt, and the amount that as the amount grew and grew and grew with what they had to pay, they originally said 4 billion. It was absolutely nowhere near.
Yeah. Okay.
And so as it kept going, and that was one of the allegations of the incoming president, was you have gone way over budget and you're not even halfway done. Now, canceling the airport was another story because then he had to pay that. All, you know, all the loans, all the debt, all the bonds had to be paid out, plus the when you buy a bond, you say, okay, I'm going to give you $100,000. And in return, you're going to give me, you know, at the end, in 10 years, I will get $120,000 back, just to say, no? So when you cancel, you don't cancel a $100,000 bond. You cancel the $120,000 because you have to pay the expected amount of returns. So what the president had to do, what the previous president had to do was pay out the original amounts plus the fines and the expected amounts of plus you know, remodeling, habilitating first Santa Lucia or the Aeropuerto Internacional Felipe Ángeles, and then also now remodeling the Mexico City airport, because all the funds went to Santa Lucia and to pay for the old airport, that they didn't have funds for the new one and for the existing airport. So now they're doing it very quickly and with new funds. But there's enough pressure on Mexico and Mexico City to do it. So it's getting done. And I'm sure if it weren't for a World Cup, that would not be happening.
Yeah, so
last question.
Yeah, so yeah, I was there 3 weeks ago. I was very concerned of all the work and the dust on the hallways. It looks pretty bad. So it doesn't. It seems, you know, from the outside as a foreigner, Mexico is the second largest economy in Latin America. That is the main entrance for, you know, many visitors that go to invest, to deal with businesses, government relations with Mexico. It's not rocket science. I don't know if there's a spread feeling that the city needs something better.
Oh, I mean, for starters, the problem with Mexico City Airport is that it is in Mexico City. It is a city that is at 9,000, well, around there, 8,500 feet above sea level. So you need more turbocene to get in and out of the city, and the flight paths are pretty complicated. So, you know, the conversation should never have been, let's get a new airport in Mexico City. The conversation should have been, let's find a hub somewhere else in the country to be the first. But as everything in Mexico, everything goes through Mexico City. So just about every highway goes through Mexico City. If you go from north to south, it goes through Mexico City. You know, so much fun to have those trucks coming through the city. Yay. And airports, you know, there was a point, and now there are some regional airports that are being habilitated now, Querétaro's being one, Puebla's being another. But it used to be, I mean, my cousin is, you know, my family, most of them is in Yucatan and Mérida. And to go from Mérida to Tuxtla Gutiérrez, she would have to fly Mérida, Mexico City, Tuxtla Gutiérrez.
which is like close by there. It's ridiculous. So that's one of the biggest problems with Mexico City Airport, is that it has become it unnecessarily become the point of distribution. And so what we really need is a hub someplace else, some like Atlanta. Like if you look at Mexico City, is everything goes through. And if you look in the US, not all flights go through DC. In Germany, most flights go through either Frankfurt and they don't go through Berlin. You don't go through the capital city, because that, unless you're flying to the capital city, there's no reason to go there. And Mexico City, if you're going anywhere in Mexico, you probably come from someplace else and go through Mexico City.
Well, thank you.
So 3:45. Let's continue. So we're now in our session 2, concentrate, labor, and mobility. But first of all, we have Dr. Wilhelm from the University of Leuven, from Belgium, she will be presenting on sport law. Both don't have gender, so why do check? And she has been working on gender equality in sports in your PhD, right?
Yes.
Yes. So let's listen to Kato. Thank you very much for being with us.
Hello everyone. First of all, thank you to Karen is not here, but I was planning to thank her, but everyone of the University of Houston for having me. It will be the first time I'm presenting my PhD outside of Belgium, so it's very exciting. It's also not my mother tongue, so if anything is not clear, please just interrupt me and tell me that I need to repeat something. So my name is Kato Willems. I'm a PhD researcher from the University of Leuven in Belgium. So I have a bit of a jet lag right here because it was an 11-hour flight, but we will make it through. And I am researching the equality of men and women in the sports world. And that's a little bit the story I want to tell you here today. So I'm writing my thesis at the Institute for Labor Law, where I'm mainly focusing on whether and how labor law rules on equality can be applied into this sporting world. But this is a slide I needed to do for my professor. I needed to highlight the researching team. So I'm not the only one at the Institute for Labor Law who is doing sports law research. Freya will present tomorrow. But there are also other research going on, including the well-being of athletes or the protection of minors into football. And outside the Faculty of Law, we also have the KU Leuven Institute for Sports Sciences, which is like an interdisciplinary research group who likes to combine all the research into the broad world of sports. So the research areas of this institute range from governance to ethics to biomedical science. But enough about my research group. I want to tell a little bit more about my actual work that I'm doing. So I am researching the equality of men and women inside the sports world, looked through an employment law perspective. And since sports is a cross-border activity, my research focuses mainly on the EU perspective, so on the European Union perspective. First of all, because this EU perspective and its EU regulation should be transposed in all the national legal systems of the member states. So that means that in Belgium, we also need to transpose these EU laws. But there are two other main reasons why I chose this European Union perspective. And first of all, because the idea of equality, first in broad general terms, but also more concrete in the idea of equal pay, has been on the agenda since day one in the EU. Initially, it was motivated by economic considerations and the idea of the common market we have. If there is one member state inside the EU that pays their female employees less than their male employees, they will have an economic advantage on member states that pay all their employees equal. So that was the original motivation, but we see that gradually this economic idea has been abandoned, and now we can see this equal pay principle more as a social principle, even though that this principle of equal pay is now a sort of starting point for the evolution that we can see now
that the idea of equal treatment between men and women is a fundamental principle within the EU. The second reason why I chose to focus on this European Union is the broad attention that has been given to sport within the system. There is a great deal of sport-specific case law within the European Union that can be seen as groundbreaking. For example, the Bosman case, the Super League case, and the Diarra case, they're all within this European Union framework. I really like to mention the fact that there is yet no sport-specific case law on gender equality whatsoever, but the fact that you have these groundbreaking cases makes clear for me that there's a great deal of attention to sports within this European Union framework. Furthermore, my research aimed to place the gender equality debate within the broader social debates that's going on. I am talking about equality of men and women inside the sports world, so it's really interesting to know, okay, but what does femininity and masculinity mean within these sporting worlds and how is it viewed? So that's why I start looking into what does it mean to be a man and what does it mean to be a female in society as a whole. And to have a clear understanding of this, I delved into some leading authors such as Simone de Beauvoir and Iris Marianne Young, who are both very famous on their vision on being female. And we can see that both authors point to the fact that there is a structural inequality within society based on the stereotypical view we still have on being a man and being a woman. And that's quite of a recurring theme within all of these discussions on equality. Above that, sports is inextricably linked with gender. Sports aims to test human differences. It aims to test physical differences between people. But these physical characteristics, such as speed, power, and strength, are traditionally viewed as masculine traits. So women who want to pursue in sports are seen as male and definitely as not female. So if you combine these two ideas, we see that the current inequality in sports law is mainly based on this still very stereotypical views of being men and women. So now that the principles underlining my thesis, my PhD are clear, I really like to delve a little bit deeper inside this EU system because it's a really comprehensive system on this equal pay debate. We also see that there is really a lot of case law on this equal pay debate, complementing the very comprehensive framework that exists. And now I really want to ask, I asked myself the question, okay, is it possible to just transpose this system onto the sporting world? Spoiler alert, it's not that simple. It's not that easy just to say we apply to the sporting world and tada, we have equal pay. So the key article in the equal pay scheme within the EU is Article 157 of the Treaty on the Function of the European Union. It's a very big treaty with a lot of general articles about how the EU should function. And you can read the first paragraph on the slides. So the article states explicitly that men and women doing the same job should earn the same money. So if a woman is paid less for the same job than a man solely based on their gender, there is an issue. And the great importance of this article is viewed through the direct effect. So the case law of the Court of Justice has mentioned a lot of times that this article has direct effect because it's sufficiently precise, unconditional, and clear. But yeah, what does this mean? This means that every individual employee in one of the 26 member states can go to a national court and having a claim against their direct employer to say, oh, I'm not paid equal pay by my individual employer. So I, as a Belgian, can go to my Belgian court saying to the judge, I am not paid equal solely based on Article 157. So if there would be no national regulation on equal pay, I still can have my rights viewed through this article. So that's very interesting within these member states. And if you read this definition, you see that there are 3 key elements that should be met to apply this system inside the sporting world, which are the employee effect of pay, and an effect of equal or equal value work. And in my next slides, I will delve a little bit deeper into this concept, and then I will try to make the connection with the sporting world and how we can see this in this sporting world. So, that's what I just said. The first element that should be met is that of an employee. And important to mention is that within this EU framework, there is an autonomous meaning of employee, because they want to have all these labor law directives in all these member states interpreted in the same way, because if you let your member states decide the definition, you feel that the protection would be different in all of these 26 countries. And due to the fact that this is an autonomous meaning in every labor law directive, this means it's also applicable on equal pay. So you see the definition on the slide. The most important element of this definition is the fact that there should be a subordinate relationship. You need to work under the authority of someone else. You need to have an employer, which means it's in principle only applicable to employees. Yeah, so self-employed people are in principle not protected under this article. So if we then apply it to the sporting world, I think there should be made a distinction between team sports and individual sports based on their nature. If we watch these team sports, for example, soccer, we see that these athletes mainly enter into an employment relationship with a club or a team, and they mainly, in most of the countries, apparently the Czech Republic is kind of an exception, because but in the most of the countries, they sign an employment contract with this team, so they can be seen as an employee, so the condition is fulfilled. Above that, we see that the Court of Justice of the European Union has, in multiple cases, such as the one as I met, the Bosman and the Diarra case, has said that the principle of free movement of employees is applicable to the sporting world, and as I mentioned, is an autonomous meaning. So if the employee definition in the free movement of employees is met, then it should also be met in this equal pay debate. So there, I think there is no discussion. They will fall under the protection of Article 157. But this idea is, in my opinion, not so clear for these individual sports, because if you, for example, take tennis, they don't have an employment contract with a team or a club. I think these athletes can be considered as self-employed people and therefore will not fall, in principle, under the protection of this article. Luckily, the EU felt that this also was the case. So in 2010, they made a directive on the protection of the principle of equal treatment of self-employed people. For 2026 now, there is still no case law at all about this directive, nothing set. So the only thing we have is a very broad article saying the principle of equal treatment should be upheld between self-employed people. Nothing less, nothing more, that's all. So in my opinion, I think due to the fact that there is no contradictory case law, we can conclude that maybe the principle of equal pay would fall under this directive, so that they may be protected under this directive. It's a broad statement to do because no one ever said it before, but it's the only way to kind of protect these individual athletes as well. The next thing that should be fulfilled is that of wage. And you see that the article in paragraph 2 made a very broad definition of what should be seen as pay. In addition, also the Court of Justice have given a lot of very, very, very broad definition of what should be seen as paid. So you can conclude that nearly every element of pay should fall within the protection. But there are two restrictions that should be met. First of all, there needs to be a link between the job you did and the pay you get. And the second one is that you always need to get your pay directly or indirectly from your employer. So everything you don't get from your employer should not fall underneath this protection. If we then go back to the sporting world, we see that there are a lot of sport-specific remunerations or allowances. And I think this monthly wage is quite straightforward. You get it because you sport and you get it directly from your employer. So I think this will fall underneath this protection. The same with the bonuses. I think it's the same as monthly wage. You sign it in your contract, so it will fall underneath this protection. But then we have two more difficult kind of allowances, I think. The first one is the prize money, because in most of the cases, the prize money is paid by the organizer of a tournament. But I think you can still conclude that you indirectly get it from your employer, because most of the cases, a tournament pays it to the team or the club, and the club will then divide this prize money under the individual players. If that's the case, you can say you get it indirectly from your employer and you will be protected for this. The fact that this money comes from a third party is not relevant for the EU law. The biggest problem I think you get is when you look into sponsoring, because you just sign a third contract with not your employer. So I think currently under this EU system, you cannot say that sponsoring will be protected by Article 157. Then there is a third and a last condition that should be met. It's the most important, but also the most difficult, because although the principle is based on equal pay for equal work, nowhere a scheme to find on what should be equal pay work. Nowhere. Not in the law, not in case law. Nowhere. The only thing we got from the Court of Justice of the European Union is that there are some objective criteria in which you can keep in mind in deciding whether or not something is equal, such that, you can look at the nature of the work and of the qualifications you got, but you hear it's very broad, nothing very clear to decide. The only thing that was clearly mentioned is the single source doctrine. This means that the pay or the wage of these two employees you want to compare with each other should come from one source. This means that there should be one instance that is responsible for deciding how much employees are paid, so that this instance is also responsible for maybe getting the pay more equal. I think the general perception in sports today is that there is no such thing as equal work, and there are a lot of arguments brought up for that. You read them on the screen, the physical differences between men and women, the commercial value of men and women, and I think the most brought up argument is, I think, the level of intensivity, the fact that men sports way more intensive and they play more intensive, so that there cannot be equal work. But if you look at these arguments from a legal perspective, they don't make any sense. The fact that, for example, commercial value is not a legal argument within the EU system. So I think you need to really watch it sport per sport. And in my PhD, I had 3 sports. If you, for example, look for football, I think you really need to conclude that there is equal work, because they play on the same field with the same amount of players, with the same amount of numbers, with the same goals. So I think you can conclude it's equal work. But for tennis and cycling, I think this conclusion may be a little bit harder, because they play a set less. They cycle a lot less kilometers. For example, the Tour de France for men is 3 weeks. The Tour de Femmes for women is only 1 week. So you can maybe not say that there is equal work, but I think you can say there is still work of equal value, due to the fact that men and women, they should train the same amount for the good to have. The fact that there are biological differences between men and women, I don't think can make a legal argument, because a woman needs to train as much within their possibilities to get to the 1 week of the Tour de Femmes in comparison with the men. So I think, but when someone else is speaking here, they can conclude something completely different. But I think based on the current case law we have, you can conclude that there is work of equal value. So then I can conclude that Article 157 is applicable to the sporting world, and that in principle, these athletes could claim equal pay for what they are doing. Spoiler alert, no case ever made, so no one knows if the judges of the Court of Justice will decide the same. And as part of this research, I also take a brief look at the US system to search what they can learn from the EU perspective, but certainly, and above that, what we as EU can learn from this US perspective. And I would really like to mention that is really work in progress, and I really hope to get your input because the US system is completely different than the EU system, so I got a little bit lost in everything that was going on. But I find some points. But the first thing I really want to say is, why did I look into this US system? Not only because I'm speaking here today, because I'm in my third year of my PhD and I looked into the US before I came here. But first of all, because discrimination law as such has its origins in the US. The same with the emancipation movement and the thing about feminism and stuff really has its roots in the US. And I think the most important, we have seen it in previous presentations, the level of professionalization of women's sports, and especially football or soccer, as you say it, is really high. Apart from the equal pay debate, I think on this governance part and promoting the women's sports, I think the EU can still learn a lot from the US. And the most important element, I think, probably in my research is the Rapinoe case, as we call it in Europe. I think the official name in the US is the Morgan case, the Rapinoe case. Because although I mentioned that the EU creates a lot of case law, there is yet no sport-specific case law on equality. So it's really interesting to delve into this Rapinoe case and to see how judges see the idea of equal work within the sporting world. And although this case shows more courage to take legal action, I said it with a question mark because I feel like in Europe we don't do it. We know that it takes a lot of time, a lot of money, so the players just stay out of it and are quite happy. So I think it also shows courage of these American players to take it to court. There are also aspects in this case law that wouldn't add up in EU law. For example, when you read the Rapinoe case, you see that there is a lot of attention given to the collective bargaining agreements. The judges say all the time, yeah, but you can't complain because you negotiated your CBA yourself and you can't compare it with a male. In the EU, it's long-lasting case law that the fact that there is a CBA, it's no argument at all. The fact that you can negotiate it yourself as an employee in the EU doesn't add up. So the main argument in the Rapinoe case will not hold any chance in the EU. This is the only thing I found. Surely you will find a lot more differences between EU and US after what I all presented, but I really like to hear from you after that. And then there is one final thing I want to point out, that this is important to bear in mind, that there is a broader conceptual framework within this Europe vision, and that is gender mainstreaming. You can read the definition on the slide. And in other words, it's like the integration of a gender perspective in every step of policy making. And I said it's broader. This concept is really widespread because it's not from the European Union, but it's from Europe. And as complicated as we are, the European Union are 26 states. Europe is more than 50 states. So this is really a widespread definition of what this gender mainstreaming thing is. And what I would like to point out with this idea of gender mainstreaming is that you can take a lot of legal actions to get equality, but I think you need to see it more as a movement that needs to be pursued in the broader sports society. You really need to take care of the fact that with every measure you take, you need to keep in mind the impact it has on the different sexes in society, so that it's more of a change in mentality. And a great example we see here is the tennis world. In tennis and the 4 Grand Slams, men and women are paid the same amount of prize money. If we go back to my slides, they're legally not bound to do it in Europe because they will not fall under my protection of Article 157 of the TFEU because they're self-employed. So it shows that there is a change in mentality from within the sporting world to create more or a way to more equality. And this gender mainstreaming ID also shows the fact that you cannot only focus on the equal pay ID. The principle of equality and the problems of inequality are way broader. And I think only if you look at all these issues, you can get complete equality. And that's why in my PhD, I chose to look broader into it and into all of these problems. In my presentation, I chose to get only into this equal pay ID because it's the most common. You heard it really a lot into the media, into traditional academic literature. It's only, or most of the times, only about equal pay. But in my PhD, I really like to delve deeper into also equal access and representation, which means access to sporting opportunities, but also access to safe sporting opportunities, and the fact that there is still no equal representation of both sexes in most of the sporting federations. And then what I mean with equal sporting conditions is like the broader labor conditions of men and women are also not still the same. Now, I mostly looked into this maternity protection, which is a disaster in sporting, definitely in professional sporting. But I also would like to delve a little bit deeper into the dress codes in sports and the fact that women play on inferior sports facilities, etc. Voilà, and I think voilà was really Dutch. You don't say voilà. Now you know a Dutch word. Voilà. And then yeah, that's it. It's really Dutch. Yeah, I can't hide it. I'm sorry. And then I really like to conclude by saying this is only the beginning of the story, and that we can look into this as lawyers and try to search for legal solutions. But I think we need to have, as I mentioned, a change of mentality inside the whole sporting world to get steps towards greater equality. Thank you.
Any questions?
Well, first of all, wonderful presentation. So I have a question around collective bargaining. And, okay. So, first of all, Cato is a colleague also, because Cato, Freya, and myself, we're all with KU Leuven. I'm on the very slow road of my PhD, so. But anyway, you'll hear more about that tomorrow. But anyway, so with regards to collective bargaining, so, and I'm now within the European Union, I did not think the concept of collective bargaining was the same in the EU. Not the way we think of it here, around organization and similarly situated groups of employees, kind of coming together and being represented through collective bargaining. So, am I just mistaken? Is that concept in Europe the same as it is in the US?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, for example, in a Rapinoe case, you already saw that there was a male CBA and a female CBA. I don't think we do these things in Belgium that we separate it on sex. But for example, in the Netherlands, you have a CBA solely based on male football, just because in the Netherlands there was no professional women's football at all.
Yeah.
It was not there. So that's why they just concluded a CBA with the male footballers, thinking there would be no female. But in Belgium, as if we do CBAs, it's just applicable to all of them. And that's why the Court of Justice just said the fact that you can negotiate it doesn't mean that it is a reason to pay your women and your men less.
Yeah.
It's just you need to pay it equally, and the fact that you refer to the CBA as an employer is no legal value argument.
Yeah. And that's interesting because we're not quite there in the US. So that's
Which was a pity for me, because I really read the Rapinoe case thinking, now we'll have a judge view on what is equal work, but they don't go there. And they lose the case. I didn't know that. It was spread all over European Union. Oh, there is a big case and she won 24 million. Yeah, but they won just because the US Soccer Federation gave it to them. They didn't need to. So that was, So I really hope for a European case before I finish my PhD, but that didn't what happened.
Yes. Well, so you also said that despite the CBA, individuals could still negotiate on their own. Yeah, right? Yeah. Can you explain that just a little bit more? So, because or does, under the CBA, is it just certain aspects of the relationship that's actually negotiated, and then those other things outside
For
of the
example,
CBA.
I think in the Belgian sporting CBA, there's nothing written about pay. The pay thing is just something you do individual with your contract, with your.
Got it.
So the things that we have written into the CBA in Belgium, based on the professional sporting world, is mainly about working conditions, the broad concept, but nothing really specific on you should pay a minimum of this. But for example, when you look into the regular labor market in Belgium, you have CBAs telling the minimum wage in a sector.
Yep.
It exists, but in sports, I don't think in the, yeah, half and half, but yeah, you can still do it individual in your contract with your employer, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I didn't mean to hoggle.
Thank you very much, Carol. Let's continue with.
Okay, so we continue with Santiago Isusi Jimenez. He's a policy advisor, a policy analyst working with the law firm Holland Knight in Mexico City. He has a degree in political science and worked with the Holland Knight, this remarkable law firm, a very close friend of the University of Houston Law Center, working on government affairs. So, Santiago, please. Do you have a presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
Here's the list. Okay.
you got it? Okay.
Okay. Hello. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Julian. I'm very happy to be here. And well, I'm going to present the paper that Rodolfo and myself wrote. Rodolfo is not here right now, but well, I'm going to do my best. Well, the first part of the paper, I think it's important to explain how why we think this is important, and this is an interesting topic. Rodolfo and myself were talking about how the mega sporting events and also the 2026 World Cup are often related with a lot of good values and good wishes, and how these mega sporting events are presented as platforms for international cooperation, unity, diplomatic engagement, and a lot of good things, and how, in fact, the literature suggests that the ability to create a lasting regional integration is, in fact, uncertain. And we saw how the 2026 FIFA World Cup is, in fact, a unique case of study. It's a perfect case of study because, well, first is the first tri-national tournament ever presented, and more important, is hosted by 3 countries, Mexico, US, and Canada, at the same time that are reviewing the USMCA. So it's like the perfect moment to study this phenomenon. And well, it's important to say also that at the same time of the tournament, the 3 countries are going to be reviewing the most important or the bigger economic treaty in the world. No? So this is like the context of the investigation, and we think that that's the reason why the investigation is also interesting. No. So well, sorry. The puzzle in this case is can mega sporting events foster cooperation in a moment of regional tension? And we think that's a very interesting question. Sorry. Well, our hypothesis and the central question that we try to solve is under what conditions can mega sporting events catalyze regional cooperation and integration beyond the sporting realm. Our hypothesis is that mega sporting events do not automatically produce a regional integration. Instead, they create a temporary governance framework that can facilitate coordination among governments, but we think that the long-term effects of this integration depend on 3 factors that are crucial. The first one is the political will of the states to make this cooperation durable. The second one is the institutionalization strategies after the event. And well, the last one is the post-event cooperation between the states and between the countries. Well, in this part, we start to examine the theoretical part of this topic. And well, one of the key concepts is sport diplomacy. Sport diplomacy helps us to explain how sport interact with international policies and politics, and how, the concept is defined by Murray, and sport diplomacy refers to the strategic use of sport to manage international relations and pursue foreign policy objectives. That's like the book definition. And well, at the end, we also saw how mega sporting events often create an atmosphere and an environment, an ecosystem, where governments engage in what some academics call games within games. Because there is taking place a football game, but at the same time, maybe in the box, there are some negotiations and there are some political issues that are at the same time discussing. This is very related also with a very famous concept, the idea of soft power of nine, and how these other forms of power that are not particularly economic power or political power can create this ecosystem where states can take advantage and take advantage in order to achieve other objectives, not other political or diplomatic objectives. So, in conclusion in this part, mega sporting events create an hybrid governance arenas where states, the governments, civil society, international organizations like FIFA interacts in ways that can reduce the political cost of cooperation because they are already there. So they are organizing an event and they use this event like an excuse in order to obtain other goals. Well, another important concept here is integration by practice, because mega sporting events require an intense and a very hard coordination across multiple sectors, including transportation, security, mobility, cross-border mobility also. And this process creates a temporary form of multi-level governance. This is very similar, I think Alina speak us about this also, and how this temporary multi-level governance process involves a lot of factors, no? Governments, local authorities, private sector, civil society. As a result of this cooperation, states, as a result, cooperation is created through practical necessities and not rather than a formal treaty. This is why we call it integration by practice, because states are making cooperation, are working together at the same time that they are organizing an event. That's the interesting part. So in a form, the cooperation or the integration is forced by the necessity to organize the event. However, the literature is very clear in this part. The long-term impact of this process depends almost entirely on whether the cooperation created during the event, the sporting event, is institutionalized afterward. So that's the key, because maybe you are making everything good, and everything okay, in order to have a very beautiful tournament, but you are not taking care about what you are going to do after the event for a better integration and cooperation across countries. In order to explain how this works and to better understand the potential effects of the 2026 World Cup in the integration of the region, we study 3 different cases in 3 different tournaments that we think that are very helpful to a better understanding of the potential effects of this World Cup. The first example that we analyzed was the 2002 Korea and Japan FIFA World Cup. This is a very interesting case because it was the first jointly hosted World Cup between two countries. We also examined the European Championships that UEFA organizes every 4 years. And the final example that we analyzed was the 2004 Olympic Games in Athens. These cases demonstrate that mega events can create significant cooperation and significant cooperation, but their long-term effects depend entirely or heavily on institutional and political context and in political will. I think that's the most important part. The first case of study is the Korea-Japan World Cup. This case, I think, is very interesting because the original bid for the World Cup, well, there were two original bids. Korea sent one and Japan sent one, and FIFA tell like the countries, no, you are going to do it together. And these countries have like a very the World Cup occurs on a very complex context because they have a lot of rivalry, of historical rivalry. So the World Cup helps both countries to start a conversation and create diplomatic and the diplomatic spillover that facilitated a renewed political dialogue and cooperation. So in this case, we have a very good case of how a mega sporting event can help different countries to start negotiating and cooperating, and it's a very good example. But at the end, some academics also show how a lot of the structures that the World Cup create, the good structures, were not lost in time because the lack of political will. So we have a good example, but could have been better with a political will of both countries. The second case is the UEFA, the Euro that is organized by UEFA every 4 years. In this case, it's very different because mega sporting events in Europe take place in a region that is very with high level of institutional development and institutional integration because they have the European Union. So we have a that's a very important part that they already have a very high level of integration. These tournaments, we studied 3 of them, the one in Belgium and Netherlands, the one in Austria and Switzerland, and the one in Poland and Ukraine. And these tournaments require for the two countries in every one of the tournaments a lot of coordination in different areas like transportation, security, mobility, and things like that. And we saw how the organization of these events helps the two countries and the European Union to integrate and to coordinate. But the literature is also very clear about how mega events in Europe typically reinforce existing integration frameworks rather than create new ones because they are already integrated in a way. So in this sense, the mega events function in Europe, or in these cases, as accelerators of cooperation within already integrated frameworks. And the last case was the Olympics Games in Athens. This is a very interesting case also because at that time Greece was pretty new in the European Union, and the Olympics Games was like the perfect window to Greek to show to the world that they were in the road to modernity. So it was like the perfect moment to show to the world that Greece Greece was a modern country. In this case, we can see how mega events can accelerate modernization because at the end they helps to make a lot of efforts in order to organize the event because you have a very limited a tight deadline. So In Greece, we start to at the first moment of the Olympics games, we saw how mega sporting events help the country to start integrated to the region. But at the end, a lot of the infrastructure created for the event were underutilized, and right now it's like a white elephant, and it's not anymore utilized. And we can see in the Greece case how tight deadlines can encourage centralized decision making and limited long-term planning. So in this case, mega sporting events show us the risk of integration driven by the organization of an event, because the tight deadline could be a very big enemy, because you don't have like enough time to plan all the not the tournament, the integration that you need before the tournament. Well, once we analyze these three cases, we are able to see the case of North America. At the end, North America have a regional, the integration in North America is very different from the one in Europe, because we have a very strong economic integration, but a very weak institutional framework. We don't have a European Union, no? So since NAFTA and later with USMCA, the cooperation in the region has focused almost exclusively on trade liberation, cross-border investment, and supply chains. So this model has produced a big economic interdependence between the countries, and as a result, North America is described as a region with that, no? With a deep market but relatively thin regional institution, and this part is essential to try to yes. This part is super important if we want to know the effects of the 2026 World Cup. So this photo I think is very interesting, because I think that Alina also said it. But the only time that the true presidents of North America met was on the FIFA 2026 draw. So well, that's the power of football, no? It's the first and the last time that they see each other. But well, the 2026 FIFA World Cup introduced an unprecedented governance challenge because the states are working together in different areas like security, transportation, and logistics. I think it was 2 weeks ago or last week that a Mexico team and a Canada team and a US team met on Washington in order to plan and in order they have a lot of meetings with FIFA also for security issues. So we are seeing now how countries are working together. We have an example of this cooperation, but we want to know if this cooperation is going to last. That's the difficult part. From my point of view, this is very difficult because the tension that we are seeing in the region is bigger than the cooperation. So well, the time is going to say it. But at the same time, sorry for the parentheses, we are seeing how the tournaments may function primarily as a symbolic platform. That's the soft power that we were talking, and it's not going to work for a lasting institutional change. That's the thing that maybe everybody wants, but it's not going to. It's difficult to happen. And in this sense, the World Cup, we think that can be understood as a stress test for North America regional cooperation. And finally, our final reflections is that North America is going to have the most important and the most important sporting event in the world. Everybody is going to watch the game, but this tournament is going to have two sides of view, because at the same time that the tournament is going to be presented like a unity tournament, it's very interesting because the bid of the three countries used for a slogan the word unity, and that's like very strange because the bid is unity, and we are not seeing that unity anymore, no? But well, the literature suggests that megasporting events do not automatically produce deeper regional integration, but create an opportunity window that states should take advantage of them and create a long-term cooperation and a long-term integration that we think that in this context we are not seeing. That's the bad news. But well, at the end, the 2026 FIFA World Cup should be understood not as a guarantee of cooperation and integration. It should be understood like a conditional window for coordination and integration. And that's it. Thank you very much. Mr. Carroll. Any questions? Comment or fears?
So it's very interesting, Santiago, because when we had Brian in the morning, he mentioned how sport is a unifier.
Yes.
What you're saying is that sport is a unifier, but for a little bit. Because at some point we will get back to reality.
Yes.
What you're...
No, at the end, sport is an opportunity window, and it's on states if they take advantage of that or not. We saw how sporting events can be used for states for political reasons. For example, the World Cup on Russia. Russia used that World Cup in a perfect way to show to the world a new state. But well, they use it, or maybe Qatar also, no? They use the World Cup in a political way because they show to the world the power of Russia and the power of Qatar, the modernity of these countries. But at the end, Russia now have a lot of problems, no? And Qatar, a lot of the infrastructure that they create are also underutilized. So at the end, it's a window, and you can use it or you can throw it.
Also, it struck me the coincidence that the Russian invasion to Ukraine was in the same time of the Winter Games in 2022, and now the attack of the US in Iran and Israel is happening also in the time of the Winter Games.
Yes.
So we may change the dates of the Winter Games. Any other questions?
Yeah,
Yes, please.
From your experience in public affairs, you said that sport events are only partial or momentaneous opportunities to strengthen the trilateral cooperation in this case. So, in this specific context, what is your recommendation for governments, for the US, the Canadian, and the Mexican governments to take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen the cooperation?
That we have in North America like the perfect opportunity because the USMCA is at the same time. So everything is like in the same moment at the same time. But I think that we have a lack of political will for doing that. Because at the same time that the US administration, I don't see the US administration very in order to obtain this cooperation, and neither the Mexican government or the Canadian government, no. So I think that we are throwing away a very good opportunity to create something that remain on time. Because at the end, I'm not asking for a European Union, a North American Union, or something like that. But at the end, you can create some institution that are also going to play in favor for the USMCA, no? So this context, it was the perfect context. We have the tournament in 2 months, I think, and I don't see governments changing their positions, and it's very difficult that this change in this tight deadline with this tight deadline.
I was going to comment on the Korea-Japan example because that I mean, as you said, it wasn't their idea to do it together, but it did open up a possibility of working together. And they're not buddies. You know, it didn't make everything, but it did open up that venue of communication that they didn't have, and they kind of lost that. It did dissipate a lot of tensions. So do you think that this could bring, that this tournament could bring something like that? I mean, I don't think we're going to see institutions.
I think that in fact the rivalry between Korea and Japan was bigger than the one that we have now in Mexico, the US, and Canada, because at the end we don't have like this historically rivalry. We have a rivalry because we are neighbors, and that's normal between every countries, I think. And they use that the organization of the tournament to create new conversations and to create these new institutions. And I don't know if we are going to make something similar. I think it's very difficult right now. But at least we are creating some kind of conversation in security matters, in mobility things. And at the end, I think that it's all not lost, but we are throwing away the majority of the opportunity.
Maybe integration without zoning. I mean, we don't have zoning in Texas like Europe, but we get along.
I think it was something that was interesting about from FIFA just said. Lynn, there he is. That they were saying, it just struck me the amount of people that they're putting in each place, and you're thinking, if you've already got that network going, why don't you just keep it moving? And that could be really interesting.
Not their business. Kind of their answer will be their business is the show, the media, or the sport, the athletes go first, or
I know, but they have put so many people in place that there could be more conversations.
No, I mean, it's massive. Well, we're trying to highlight. They have more members than the United Nations, right? Because they have federation. They have, just in the UK, they have 4 nations members of FIFA. So yeah. Well, thank you, Santiago.
Thank you.
Well, thank you again, Julian, Cato, and Santiago. No, this is really great. Listening to the presentations, I feel that certainly today has been a good setup, overview, and beginnings of the discussions around the World Cup and the USMCA, and really seeing how those two really come together and are really, really converging in this time at this moment. So let's see. So today we had Lynn Carrillo. But we had the overviews first by Julian Cardenas and Michael Cooper. We had Lynn Carrillo talk with us direct from the understanding of FIFA and the legal division. And tomorrow we have, and today we also had session 1 that covered legal and institutional frameworks, and session 2 covering trade, labor, and mobility. So then tomorrow we will get started at 10:15 with, I'll do a brief introduction just to make sure we're all kind of back in the room, not just physically, but mentally. And then we will kick off session 3 covering human rights, ethics, and dispute resolution. And then also session 4 covering technology, media, cybersecurity, and infrastructure. So before we go into the reception that's planned for the short reception that's planned for this evening, so the reception will last until about 5:30. So you'll be able to get a drink and a couple of nibbles. so, um, so just a couple of things. I should have pointed out to you earlier. My apologies, but I think all of you received the hard copy of the program, but it is also available on the website. So you can get the program on the website as well as the session abstracts. So as we have speakers, then we'll also have, you can look at their abstracts that were provided. Also, let's see. Reception, make sure I'm covering everything. Also, so we have tomorrow, and this is just a teaser, we'll have a treat for you during lunch. Okay, it'll still be a networking lunch, but we have a little bit of a surprise. So you'll see that tomorrow. That's to get you coming back. And then also, and I did not put this in the program, but part of this symposium included a call for papers. And so at the end of the sessions tomorrow, I have an announcement to make, and I will provide you with some information that the Houston Journal of International Law has shared with me. And I will pass that on to you guys as well. So you have 2 teasers for tomorrow. Okay. So with that said, before we break, we have some closing remarks by the Dean of the University of Houston Law Center, Dean Leonard Baines.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening.
evening.
Good evening. It's great to see all of you. Welcome to University of Houston Law Center. As Karen Jones said, I'm the dean. I've been dean for now going on almost 12 years. I'm the longest serving law dean in the state of Texas. And really proud of being dean of this great institution. And I welcome you all to this incredible conference and workshop that Karen and Julian have put together. So let me tell you about the law school. I'm not sure if Karen has mentioned that. It's a top-tier law school with multiple programs that are in the top 15. Our part-time program is number 5. Our health law program is number 9. Intellectual property program is number 12. Legal writing program is ranked number 15 in the nation. And our LM programs, which Karen oversees especially, are all of them are ranked in the top 10 in the world by the Guide. So we're very, very proud of this and very proud that we're able to have these events like today. So I'm sorry I wasn't able to come earlier, but we also had, I'm on the steering committee of the Dean Steering Committee of the Association of American Law Schools. That is the learned society for law professors. And we had a meeting here in our building. So it was taking place simultaneously with what was happening here. So I apologize I wasn't able to come earlier to see any portion of this workshop. And, Karen.
It's recorded.
Excuse me? It's recorded. Okay, great. Okay. And, Karen and Julian are a great resource, and for us as well as their teams. We've gone to Mexico several times to engage with the Mexican community down there in terms of opportunities for students, but also for collaborations in terms of scholarship and opportunities, externships for our students during the summer. Because, Houston is a global city. It's an important city, and actually having FIFA here and also in Mexico and Canada is a big deal because it harkens to what the USMCA, it used to be NAFTA, is all about, of the cooperation, collaboration among our 3 countries. And even though there may be others who may want to break our countries apart or separate our countries in some way, it's really important for us as legal academics to bring people together, but also for sports, which is often a unifying thing to bring people together. And so it's really great that we're able to do this and then have this coincide the fact that FIFA with this legal conference talking about some of these issues. That's really brilliant. And Karen and Julian have been talking about this for a year or more than a year about doing this. I'm glad it actually has come to fruition. I also want to thank our sponsors, Greenberg Traurig, and also the Stratia firm, the Houston Journal of International Law, all our speakers, moderators, and the planning committee. And I've heard some of the emerging themes from the first day of the conference are legal frameworks, USMCA, labor mobility, gender equality or equity, and governance, really important issues that permeate sports across the field. We're actually having a Big 12 CLE on sports, collegiate sports. That's going to be all online, and that is on March 25th. So if you will make sure that we send it to this audience as well. And second day on San is going to be looking at human rights, ethics, dispute resolution, technology, media, and infrastructure. So it sounds like a great conference. I'm sorry I'm going to miss both days, but many thanks for coming, and I'm sure you'll learn a lot about all of these things. So thank you so much. Executive Director Karen Jones.
Thank you, Dean Baines. So with that said, please join us in the lobby for a short reception. And thank you very much for attending today and for your attention. And we look forward to tomorrow.